welcome to the 5th round of the European Club Cup.
Yeah, greetings from Vrnjacka, Banja. Fourth round, would you expect, Dragana, that goes the same way?
Such a mess that went down yesterday with so many ups and downs, with so many unpredicted results, and yeah, of course not, but this is what we are here for and why we love chess.
Yeah, exactly. Players will start their round with nice presents from the organizers, chocolates.
Yes, chocolates and handcrafted chocolate.
Yeah, with European Chess Club Cup logo, handcrafted chocolates. Nice.
So that nobody can say that their sugar went down and they couldn't play.
There is a famous story about chocolate and Nigel Short versus Garry Kasparov, well, but I'll tell it later. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's check the Burju. Are the players arriving? The stage is empty, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. The first matches haven't still arrived, so we don't have Alkaloid, we don't have Turkish Lions, and we don't have Typhoon versus Super Chess in the women's section.
Yeah, it was a tough day for Super Chess yesterday in open section. Would you believe that Gukesh, Pragnananda can lose their games, that Abdusattarov would be like completely lost, dead lost, getting checkmated, then suddenly avoiding it. Very, very strange outcome. Also, we were all expecting that, Arjun Erigaisi will probably press a little bit more harder and win it with white because he seems to be unstoppable, but in the end, events were quite surprising.
Yes, and in the men's section or in the open section, so far we have 4 teams as leaders: Alkaloid, Turkish Airlines, Tuxera Aqua Profit, and Novibor.
We can just say to our viewers that Alkaloid is from North Macedonia, Turkish Airlines obvious. Aqua Profit Tuxera is from Nachkanija, city close to Croatian border. And Novibor is from Czech Republic. So those teams are leading at the moment.
Yes, and we have a completely different situation in the women's section, where we have already a sole leader. Typhoon from Ljubljana, from Slovenia, is the sole leader with the maximum result, the maximum match points, 4 out of 4, whereas we have another 4 teams sharing the second place: Super Chess, Garuda Ajka, Crvena Zvezda, and Napredak Zenica.
Yeah, Typhoon from Slovenia, Super Chess Romania, Ajka from Hungary, and Red Star from Serbia, and Napredak Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, players are slowly arriving, and some of them are already seated. I see Novi Bor jersey. Speaking about Novi Bor, I think they have a player with a birthday, no?
Yes, a very important one indeed. Vidit is celebrating his birthday today, so congratulations and happy birthday if he's watching us after the stream. I saw even some of you wishing him happy birthday even yesterday. I believe maybe in India it was already past 12. But guys, we are in the Central European time. It's almost 3 p.m. here, so today we can wish him a happy birthday from this time zone.
Yes, it's always a bit tricky to play on your birthday. You might get distracted before the game, but of course, if you congratulate yourself with a nice victory. So Vidit is playing on the first board, and today his opponent is Eljano Pavel, not an easy one. I just yesterday mentioned that Pavel was at his prime. I think he was like, what, 5th in the world maybe? Let me check. Or let me see when Dragana uploaded. Pavel was 2760 something.
Number 6 in the world.
Number 6 in the world. You're always laughing.
But it's so precise, actually, you know. You're nervous because you say that you're missing it, but I'm amazed that you're so precise.
Yeah. So Pavel was former number 6, which is better than Vidit's ever. I'm not sure about Vidit. Career high.
We
That
can check
would be a
it as
little
well,
bit
yeah.
tougher. Maybe 12 or something like this. But I don't know.
14.
I'm really lousy. I'm bad. I cannot even.
Okay, it's still only 2. 1 and 2, how is it bad?
Yeah, so Pavel was super strong grandmaster, 2670 is now his rating, but it's obvious a tough opponent to play. Yesterday, Pavel played against Bu in this match, and actually he has scored a nice victory with the black pieces. So it's very tough, actually.
Yeah, and Pavel actually has 3.5 out of 4, so he's having a great tournament so far.
Yep, nice guy. I like him. We played. Okay, once it was a draw, but it was like I was white and not ambitious. It was a draw in some club competition, and okay, he played also for my club in Croatia, but he knocked me in tiebreak for World Cup, European Championship. At that time, he was a super tough opponent.
And I have to mention we have just a few players with 4 out of 4, and actually both of them were yesterday's guests in the studio. Tabata Bey managed to win yesterday in the very important match versus Super Chess, and we also had Kamer with 4 out of 4 and his analysis from yesterday in our studio. Then we had Maxime Lagarde. We hadn't been mentioning him quite a lot, actually, since they haven't been playing with in such high boards, let's say. But yeah, this
okay,
is
let's check cameras, other ones except this one. So who is seated? We see Vei playing with the black pieces. He's already there, focused, not having a great tournament. Yesterday he lost the game, so he's not in a great mood against Yakuboev, and today he's black again, which is not an easy task against Parham. Maxodlo, who is ready, I think, to fight back because he likes to play, no matter what has happened. Yesterday was really awful day for him. I would say blunder of the year.
Would you be able to recover so fast?
No, me not. Okay, although I was sometimes usually, okay, let's say put it this way. I was not recovering so well, so after a loss, but if it becomes tragical that I lose even more, then I would be on a mission. Somehow I'll get over it and let's win last 3, 4, whatever. So I like that role. It was a little bit masochistic, masochistic. So to be completely down and then to climb. And in my career, I've done it many times, like 5 out of 5 in the last 5 rounds, 4 out of 4, and so on.
Nice.
I like that task.
Yeah, this is a very important strength to be able to recover very quickly.
I would prefer that I've had another strength that not to lose before.
To be invincible.
Yeah, not to chase. But yeah, let's check other cameras. We can see that besides Wei Yi, we have another players seated. That's Aravind. Also Narayanan, and behind him it's Ivic. They're waiting for opponents.
Yes, so today Injic Alexander is not playing for Alkaloid, which means that we have a substitute in the team, but we would be happy to announce that Injic will be joining our studio
Yes,
today.
exactly.
So guys, if you want to see maybe some analysis from the current European champion with Serbia, you stay with us at 5 p.m.
5 p.m., around 5 p.m. we are expecting him to join our studio. Let's check other cameras. So we have Hungarian team against Czech Republic. They're shaking hands, starting the game. Vidit has pressed the clock. Behind is Kamer. came and playing against Volokitin, really tough opponent to play against. So e4 played, which is a bit surprising, but these days, like Aronian has added e4 to his repertoire. I will touch the topic later. Let's check with the camera. I think we have Gukesh seated. So will they be able to recover after a heavy loss? It's quite interesting. Okay, they used to play on the stage, but now they are basically in the middle of the hall with many spectators or players around. The conditions are not same as on the stage. Okay, let's move on. We have Ivanchuk against Gelfand.
And today he's wearing the jersey.
Yes, it's fantastic duel. Let's say if we can go backwards, like 20 years backwards, or maybe even more, like 30 years, that duel would be like 27-50. And they are playing. Boris Gelfand was world championship contender, playing against Vishnyanand, losing in Moscow. Only in tiebreak he was playing like a machine. My favorite documentary movie, I will touch this later. Vasily Ivanchuk, also fantastic player, really a great player. So this duel, if you are chess fan, chess fan, and a little bit older generation, of course, this is the game you like to check. Fantastic duel. So many games.
For the memoirs,
yeah? So many the top games at the top. So they're playing Nimso Indian with e3. Vasily is playing bishop d3. It was funny how he asked me during the commentary a few days ago. He was in the studio asking, how about Tournament of Peace? And actually, I spoke with my fellows in Croatia, and they will invite him in the last moment to play this round robin. So today he agreed. Today at the breakfast he said, I confirm I will play.
Yeah, for such people that you see that he loves chess so much, it's just not possible not to see it.
Yeah,
basically.
He was asking, is the event clashing with Bundesliga? And when he got confirmation it's not, he said, I play. And I like Vasily. Let's move on with the cameras. Let's see what else do we have. Let's check ladies. So we can see that the game has started. In the women's section, Zagnize is playing against Batsiashvili. Of course, they know
compatriots
each other quite well.
On the second board, we have Zhu Jiner versus Wagner Dinara. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No, good. Borki Predovic is behind.
And yeah, it's very nice to say that we will have him as well in the studio at 4 p.m. So in 1 hour.
You will get also his insights. He's the captain of both teams.
Yes, which is very interesting and not so common to see.
Yeah. So Dinara Wagner, as I mentioned, is a player who is one of the best prepared player in the circuit in women sections. She's really playing quite sharp with white. Her husband, greetings to him. Dennis Wagner is very strong grandmaster. Okay, close to 2600. And he's preparing.
We had a very interesting moment at the European Individual Championship. Was it last year, I think? Where actually both Dinara and her husband played the same novelty in the same opening on the same day.
Yeah, some Bundesliga or something was clashing. Let's move on with the camera. I see Laura Onukuk for Typhoon on our left, while Irina Bulmaga is on the right side. Irina is playing against Badelka, who is walking, and Marcel Efroimsky is playing against Laura. Laura usually is focused very well from the beginning.
And actually, just to mention, both Laura and Irina, no, Irina was playing yesterday. Laura was resting and Efraimski was resting yesterday.
Yeah, let's move on with the cameras. We have Bivol Alina against Bibisara Asobayeva.
Yesterday she had such a quick win and such
We
nice
see
win.
Vasily Ivanchuk happy with the opening outcomes. He's
Already
walking behind.
around.
Yeah. Nice jerseys. It's like more for skippers maybe and for skiers, huh?
Maybe, but I like the color very much.
Yeah.
Blue is my
I
favorite
can imagine
one,
myself. I like to ski. Imagine myself somewhere
like to ski.
in Austria and France or Italy carrying this jacket, winter jacket.
But you cannot imagine yourself playing like this, or not?
No. Yeah, it's very cool. What's on the back? Name of the club. Okay, French people, they have a feeling, right, for clothing, so it's cool. Let's move on with the camera. First board of a match, Sremska Mitrovica against Napredak Zenica, Serbia versus Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mamazada against Manakova. Mamazada has suffered a tough defeat yesterday, right?
Yes, from Alina Bivol, which I've just mentioned, and Salimova also had suffered a tough loss yesterday from Adela Velikic. So they need to come back today. Seems like they will be having a much easier task today than yesterday, but still nothing is decided till the game is finished.
Okay, let's switch with the cameras or let's stay with the camera, because I'm getting an info that some cameras are stuck. Yeah, we have them back, so let's check. First board, Arjun is playing with white. Another white. What do you think about this situation?
Very interesting, and
Is he crossing if he wins today?
I'll have to see, to calculate,
Probably
actually.
the answer should be yes.
Should be, but let me calculate before I just say anything. Because we know yesterday that he was very close, but he didn't manage to win. So
Yeah, I
check.
think it will be very tough for Andreikin, because Andreikin, although 27, 20, rated 29, I think is his rating, is not, I think, player who can play super solid all the time. Previously, he was, prior to this tournament, he was playing a Serbian league, and actually he lost something like 15 rating points, maybe even more. So he was not playing so well. So at the moment, his shape looks a bit shaky. That yesterday was some kind of inspiring day for him, but today it will be very, very tough.
Okay, so the answer is definitely yes. He is crossing, and he is crossing by a lot, since this win would mean plus 4.1 ELO points. And on the live rating list, he's currently 2798.0.
Yeah, he will cross if he wins. Well, we will follow this game closely.
Huge motivation, right?
Yeah, but Parham, like, it's so he's, I don't know. It's really a player. Give me a chessboard. I'm not bothering what's around. Pressure, which type of event. Just give me the board. I play chess. I calculate. I lose. I fight back. I win. I play a masterpiece. I blunder. What an entertaining guy. The most entertaining guy at the tournament. First one was 10 years ago, 15 years ago would be Mamedjarov. But Parham is now the guy, for sure, the most entertaining guy. So I would love to see him being invited to some events, because I like how he plays. He makes mistakes, he wins, he makes some masterpiece. Really fantastic player.
I already see a question in the chat. Do you see any player going 7 out of 7?
Okay, first.
Who's having 4 out of 4?
So we have Kamer 4 out of 4. Not really. I'm not.
Yeah, we had
expecting.
Kamer, we had Tabatabaei.
Okay, Tabatabaei is playing. Whom is he playing today? Yu Yang Yi with black. No, don't believe.
Okay, so you're expecting at least the draw?
It should be someone from the last year Imre Balog, some 5th board of some grandmaster team, but let's say like 10th team.
Maxime Lagarde, he's playing board number 5.
I don't see him as a 7 out of 7 player, but okay, he has chance, very, very decent chance.
Okay, then we have international master Erenbeg Ariel from Israel, board number 4.
Board number 4. Okay, they will play some opponents where, okay, maybe only in the last round he will have like tough one. So there is a chance for him.
Okay, let me find another one.
Slovakian.
Rigo Scholt for Dunajska Streda.
I don't believe. Okay, that's basically it. So Lagarde, I would say, okay, they will face some harder opponents in future. So this Israeli player, I think he might be the first choice.
Okay, a very interesting question.
Yeah, I don't know about women's section.
About women's section as well.
Question
yes.
Also is.
We could also try to find. This is very interesting information anyways. So we have Zhu Jiner and Badelka Olga with 4 out of 4 so far, leading the tournament with Typhoon Shaka Ljubljana. Then, do we have any other players with 4 out of 4? I'm trying to find.
You don't have like some performers or something, best
some
players,
list?
Board list. You have it maybe on the top, you just press best players against statistics maybe. Or... No, board list, okay.
Board list wasn't...
You don't get...
As we expect, yeah.
You don't get...
But it's pretty visible even this way, yeah?
Yeah, anything is chat. So yesterday Vidit has made a draw, not much has happened in the end. Guys, subscribe to the channel, we will bring guests, you will get insights. We have already 2 grandmasters planned, and hopefully some others will come. If I'm not mistaken, Arjun has made a promise that he will join the studio if he crosses 2800.
I don't know about this. Maybe if he did, that's great.
Maybe I got this info wrong, but yeah, maybe this is the day.
Maybe this is the day, yeah, of course, we would love to have him here, and we will love to have this historic moment at the European Club Cup and followed by the live broadcast, of course. And yet another question, do you prefer to have a playing captain or a non-playing captain in a team competition? Okay,
when you're playing captain, you have some positive things, is that players are... basically, they have a little bit more understandings for you because you are also carrying something on your shoulders. You need to prepare it stuff, so you're part of them in some sense. It would be like on the pitch in football. But the thing is, then also, I don't know, your reputation or something, if you lose and if you blunder or something, you cannot blame players later, other players, because they will start throwing critics towards you. I think it's better to be non-playing captain. At this event, there was a Shevchenko case, so that's why Ivan Sokolov is playing captain.
But we also have Almira. She's the captain in the women's section. She's playing today.
She's playing today.
Yeah,
okay, my bad. Yeah, probably it's better to have non-playing captain, but fortunately, because of some rules have been changed now, captain's role is not so important, and is what it was before, when captains could interfere in the games by suggesting players to offer a draw or to confirm the draw offer and so on. I understand the point of FIDE, and probably it's right that you cannot interfere games outside. Also, it can have some cheating issue if someone is a strong player is saying like offer a draw or something. Also, it's some kind of suggestion or something, can be some sign or whatever. Yeah, I understand this logic. We play chess. There is no draw offer. You can only, if you are heading towards that direction, there is only chance the draw becomes by move, by perpetual or by repeating the moves. But the thing is, the role of captain, then it's a bit lost, and I would love to see some captains having more responsibility. I have, for example, one idea that you're a captain, and basically you get pairings. For example, here we have on the first board, like Turkish Airlines, let's say it's playing against Alkaloid, and you as a captain decide on which board you're white. For example, you have a choice, and you decide, will Arjun be white on the first board, will Wei be black? You check the repertoire and you make a decision according to your expertise, and that is better for your team. You can make a mistake anyway, but you're taking some responsibility. You're not interfering a process of the game, but then it's very important to have.
Who would be choosing actually? Who would have?
Okay, there is some possibility of drawing of lots or something, and then you
higher
get
seed.
All right, higher seed, and you're getting some drawing of lots or something, and you're deciding. That's one, just small detail. Maybe there are some other possibilities as well. Okay, in that case, I would really be a bit worried about my responsibility, because I'm making a really tough choice. I need to consult the players. I need to consult the players. I need to check the repertoire. I need to have some expertise to decide.
But imagine how many fights inside of the team then you would have.
Never mind, but then it's a team spirit.
I wanted to play white. I wanted to play black. Why are you putting me with black?
It's my decision. That was like some idea which spring to mind. There might be some others as well. But I think this idea is quite easy. You just put pairings and basically you're not interfering anything.
Yeah, actually, I don't like that they cannot say yes or no when you're offered a draw, especially when you're playing on many boards, and you cannot know at all of the times what is the position and what is the evaluation of all of the boards. Okay, maybe for the higher rated guys it is easier, but still, you're in tight knot, you do not have time scramble, and you need to decide whether this is a good result for the match or not, whether you should risk it or not, and the captain can follow all of the games all of the time. So I'm actually very sad that this decision-making role is stripped.
And also one thing we would love to see in future as broadcasters, you guys as viewers, this is the thing that might happen, that somehow DGT boards or something has some chance that you click, and then we can see who has offered the draw.
Yes.
And then we get this green light, red light or something, and then we know, okay, hang on, he's thinking because his opponent has made a draw.
Yeah, he's not thinking about what to move or whether.
Yeah, because sometimes I don't get it why the guy is thinking this position, it's so obvious what to play. Yeah, he's thinking because he got a draw offer. And then he declined the draw offer. And also sometimes in history, there were many famous games which actually went to some final tactics, final sharp winning attack. But in the meantime, there was a draw offer which was declined by the opponent.
Yeah, which is a very important psychological moment.
Yeah, suddenly you are having completely different angle on that game. Okay, let's check the moves. Let's see the boards.
We already have some opening moves on the board.
Yeah. Just to add one thing, I think that Andreikin is... So let's put it this way. He's a guy who can, with white, win against even Magnus. Magnus, okay, give me the toughest opponent in terms of maybe equalizing, making a draw. He can win. Even Gukesh, for example. Yeah, Gukesh is that type of that type of guy who never loses. So Andreikin is that type of player. But the difference is that if he's black, Andreikin can lose against top players in a row, 3 times in a row, or even against 26-20 player who is like theoretician and so on. So his openings when he's black are quite shaky. So to get a chance, for example, Pretke might be tougher opponent in terms of repertoire when he's black. Or there are several here. Maybe if I will check the list, I could give you even more. For example, some Chinese players, then who is, for example, super stable. Even Pavel Elyanov, very solid. Hari Krishna. There are many, many more. Even, for example, Deak. If you are playing against Deak with white, it's not easy to win against him and so on. But Andreikin is that type of player who gives you chance. And for Arjun, this is a good sign, because as white, you can fight for the advantage against him, maybe with bigger chances than against some other players. I don't know, US players, Shakeland or someone, they are very, very, very solid.
This is a very interesting perspective, actually.
But with white, completely different story. If Andreikin is white and he finds some opening like he did yesterday, I think e5 I was discussing this with Ivan Sokolov last night, that this e5 is a really strange move, because he was actually thinking, okay, after like 15 moves, my team is doing great. Gukesh will make a draw. Abdusattorov is pushing this position, knight h3 novelty or something. Benoni offers many chances. As I said that probably this game won't end up in a draw, and that was true. Prag is having this normal position where white is pushing with some Catalan style attack, but usually c5 at the right moment, and black usually solves his position. Deak is slightly better with white. Sindarov is almost, he said, I stopped following that game, because after the open it looks like it will be just a win for white. And okay, Farm Forest, Jordan is in some problems, but he will somehow try to find a way. And then e5 came on Gukesh board. Prague missed some things. Nodirberg got into a problem, and so on.
Queen g3.
And so on and so on. Yeah, but as I said, Andreikin for this team, for example, the main thing which might be decisive for this European Club Cup, I will just say one sentence, which is maybe decisive. Where Super Chess had bad luck, they were black on the first board. So Alkaloid is white against Turkish Airlines, and Super Chess was black. This fact might be the one deciding European champions. Okay. Can you believe?
This is a very.
If you know, this is someone, like say, higher level understanding, because I know what is the difference to play against Andreikin with white and with black. And you see, sometimes you have bad luck, you just have wrong pairings, wrong colors.
Okay, but then you have 5 other boards.
Okay, let's say that, so the first board, Andreikin would be black. Parham for him is the same, he will have same position with black or white. He will throw everything on the board, so you don't need to be white against him. Then on third board, Prague is much better player when he's white. He's pushing. Then you have on the fourth board, they are similar against Nihal. Okay, Nihal will push with white more. That board could have been tricky in that case. Then on the fifth board, Jordan, much better for them to be white. Jordan would push much harder against Murzin. And on the last board, Gurel against Sindarov, there would be a fight anyway. Okay, there they wouldn't have big advantage after the opening like it was case yesterday, but still, I think that fact is deciding European champion, maybe in this scenario at the moment.
Okay, very interesting.
Maybe viewers won't agree, but that's My humble opinion.
This is the moment of mark my words. And we see in 2 days, actually, only 7 rounds, guys. Let us remind you, we have only 7 rounds, which means that the tournament ends in 2 days.
Of course, for example, now for Turkish Airlines, if they win, they completely deserve winning the championship. If they make a draw, also good, because probably last round pairings would be Super Chess against Alkaloid. And Super Chess is capable to win this match.
Yeah, anything could happen basically.
Yeah, so for Turkish Airlines, draw is more than welcomed in this match. And
also Andreikin played for Alkaloid just a few years ago, but I don't know if it makes any kind of difference.
Listen, 27-29, of course I can be wrong, and Andreikin is a fantastic player. He can win even with black. But in terms of some analysis and fact analysis, we can check how he was doing in Serbian league. He played first board. Okay, there are some 26 players around, I think, who played first board. There were some players, Indian players, if I'm not mistaken, who was playing. I will try to recall against whom he has played. Maybe Injic was first board for some club. Ivic might be also first board. Then some foreign players. Yeah, they had a lot of foreign players. Some players from Romania. Yeah, I think Deac might be playing the league. Okay, finally found it. Yes. And now we can see. Yeah, just team composition. Yep. Of course. And you can put it with result. Okay, so Adiban, I know that he was playing, although he has dropped his rating. You can check Adiban. His career high was close to 2,700, maybe even 2,700 exactly. Okay. I might be wrong. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about this. Come on, 2701. I'm really bad. Sorry, guys. I cannot predict anything. No, but no, I cannot guess. No, I'm a lousy guesser. Just 1 point. I'm lousy guesser. So. And we're saying that you're bad. Listen, it would be funny if we start analyzing all the players, how close I could be. So the average miss would be what? 0.5? So Adiban was playing the league, so he was 2,700, now he's 2,540, even less, which is just one of the biggest drops. So Australian player, right? Who else was playing first board? Yeah, Predke. Yeah. Then we had Benkovic Petar, Andreikin for Indian player Visa. PTT. Turkish, then Hovhannisyan from Armenia. Yeah, Ivic was first board. Yeah, and Injic, yeah. Could you check how much Andreikin has performed in it? Of course. So on the first league, he didn't do very well. Yeah, I performance said 15 to 20 rating. Points lost, but it was 14. Which every 1 point. Which actually also shows that his tournament was not great. Although the only win he scored was with black. But he didn't lose a single game. So, all draws. Yeah. With 1 win with black. 9 draws or how many? 8 draws. Yeah. Okay. Let's check the position. So as I mentioned, he offers some chance for attack. He plays French defense. He plays E5 or Lopez. So Kero was played. E5 advanced, one of the most sharpest ones. C5 a variation which gained some popularity lately. Before, players were mainly and only playing bishop f5. c5, for example, is played by Croatian Grandmaster Zelčić. He was at 2600 at some stage. His specialty, d takes, e6. Yep, f6. That's already some kind of mess, but black came well prepared. Okay, maybe he will be able to kill the game with some very well prepared stuff. Okay, that's a mess. Taking on f6 or taking on d5. Let's say that I take on f6 first. If you take bishop f6, castles, knight goes to c5, and probably black is solving all his problem. d4 is coming. So cd is maybe more to the point. ed is bad due to e6. So knight c5 is needed, or knight e5. I don't know, let's say knight e5. Takes, and now white will play for some compensation. So both players want to, because here if you go g6, that's only a draw. White can play d6, and now I don't know, bishop d6 or queen d6. This is some kind of long-term compensation for white, being pawned down, and black is two bishops, but it's tricky because you have this outpost. And I don't know, now Arjun is checking, is this position, he's probably, most likely he's prepared, he knows what will happen, you see, and he will get to this type of position maybe. Okay, black has some other options as well, but I do expect that we face this type of position. And now main question in this outcome is player with black and player with white. Are there players with black, players with white prepared in terms of practical play? Was it just that someone told you, like I said, you have seconds and someone tell you, and there is a compensation, which means that basically you don't have anything prepared afterwards. You know the structure, but you are just playing. You know the chess, you're a strong player. Or you already, I played this in Blitz game against Anand. We tested this, and white was better, or Andreikin can say, I don't know, I was playing this line, checking this line with my friend, I don't know, Nepo, whatever, and we were playing this in Blitz. It was tough, but I was holding this position quite confident. So that's this info we don't have. If this type of position arose, yeah. Anything else? Any comments, remarks? Okay, let's move on. Here, classical position. Parham is choosing different approach today. Yu Yang Yi is having interesting position against Tabateve, but I'm not sure that he will be able to do much here. Then we have Narayanan. Okay, that's an interesting position against Murzin. Murzin likes to burn some time. And Ivic is having this classical position fighting against Gurel. This line is, as I mentioned, this structure, c6, c7, or c5, c6, if you want to improve, check Magnus Carlsen's games. He has some really crazy score against opposition of 2700. He's performing like crazy result with white and with black pieces.
I saw a question in the chat. Do you think that yesterday's loss would affect the Gukesh confidence into the World Championship match?
As I said, it's not so much, I would say, that that's a problem for his confidence, because he got, I would say, extra info on himself. So he would be able to use this experience to avoid things which might have happened in the World Championship match. So I would say that experience worth a little bit more than losing confident by losing a game.
So don't worry, guys. We don't think that he's shaken for the championship.
Yeah. Also for his team. So Andreikin is heading to this position, and now comes d6, and I would love to have an info about their knowledge or their experience in this position when d6 will be played. I played it against Anand. As I said, I don't know anything about this position. I only know that it's a compensation. I got this info from my fellow grandmaster. I don't have that insight, but I would love to have it.
Did Ivan manage to survive yesterday's loss?
Yeah, of course. That's chess. That's tournaments in chess. There is a good thing that immediately you have a next round. Usually you have next rounds. In other sports, you need to wait for a weekend. In some events, you need to wait for or even longer, or it's chaos system, and then the tournament is over. In chess, that's a good thing because you don't have time to cry because tomorrow it's a new day.
True.
d6 will be played. Of course, queen h5 it's a draw, or unless there is something besides sacrificing. I don't see anything. Takes, and that's just perpetual. Okay, there is a possibility that here there is some kind of subtle, superb analysis. I don't know, maybe our viewers, there are maybe stronger clouds, whatever, that some d6 and some, but I don't see any way that this attack can happen. So basically, this is just a draw offer. So d6, I guess, will be played. And very interesting position. So if you are a strong player, you can build up something, or if you are not in a great shape, hang on.
Already have a move.
But not d6.
Knight c3.
Okay. That might surprise Dmitry. Okay, that's some kind of novelty or move prepared. That's a subtle way.
And just standing up from the table.
Okay.
Now you deal with it.
I'm curious. Now I'm curious about reaction of Andreikin when he comes back to the board. So will he be able to stand his surprise, or let's see? Mm-hmm. Okay, he usually have this very similar composure. Okay, let's see. I think he's a bit surprised. What would you say, Dragan?
I'm trying to look at his eyes to see some kind of...
Let's go full screen. Let's check.
Okay. He's trying to remember some lines for sure.
But he's surprised. Now the game starts.
Okay.
Listen, d6 would be of course, my low-level understanding, but these guys are like top, so they know a lot in all positions. I'm quite surprised that this move came, and now Andreikin will start burning sometime. It's a very unpleasant move. Is this move this type of bluff? Anand was mentioning that sometimes there are. No, okay, bluff is maybe too strong word. Let's say risk.
I couldn't say bluff since it's only the opening, so I guess that he has at least seen it and analyzed it for some time. Okay, maybe not for his main repertoire, but of course if he's playing with 1 hour and 21 minutes on the clock, I don't think this could be a bluff. Okay, maybe he knows that it's not the best move and that with some precise game, black could, I don't know, take off his advantage, but He's asking some questions to be found on the board.
Okay, let's go with the board, with the moves to another game. Strong novelty. I'm not sure it's a novelty, but strong move coming from Arjun. Then we move on to VE, as I mentioned, against Parham. Young is playing against Amin Tabatabai, and here, hang on, what has happened? So it was this known anti-Berlin, 95 instead of d4, heading for this endgame. I was saying this quite often, where Vladimir Kramnik actually succeeded in stopping unstoppable guy Garry Kasparov in his match in London in 2000, where this opening was launched. I was telling this a few times. So I was playing in a European youth individual under 18. It was in Litochoro in Greece, in Olymp Mountain, and Rajabov was playing there, being only like 12 years old or something like this. No, maybe 14. Which year Rajabov was born? I'm not sure.
Checking right up.
So in 1999 he was
90.
He was 12.
Yes.
He was 12, correct. And he won under 18 being 12 years old, which was a fabulous score. I remember his mother was following the games through the window. I was 16. I could have played under 16, but I chose to play a World Championship under 16 instead of European. And he won that event. He was playing Dutch defense. He was playing very aggressive, but it was cool to see a kid around juniors, 18 years old junior. I think he won it convincingly. He was playing fantastic at this event. But Evgeny Postnik, who is playing here for Israeli team on the 5th board, was at that time already an IM, and he was playing in this event. And I saw that he's playing, sorry, here d4. Sorry, castles d4, knight d6, bishop c6, and so on. And I saw Postnik playing this line. He was playing this against 2300. And I said, what a ridiculous line. Crap, you're playing this stuff which your king is deprived of castle. White has basically extra pawn on the king's side. This looks really bad. Why these guys play this? No one will play this ever. And then, like 1 year after, you have World Championship match, and secret surprise is particularly this position. So I would say the worst prediction of what has happened in future later. So Kramnik used this Berlin Wall to stop Garry Kasparov, and it was I would say that it was some kind of historical moment, how things were changed. So this is some kind of step which changed a bit chess history, because afterwards Garry was just entering this endgame and breaking his teeth, and in the future all those top players, Anna started to play Carlsen and so on. So I would say that this was some kind of turning point of chess repertoire on very top. But as I said, I was laughing afterwards, because my opinion was that this is the worst opening ever, and suddenly you have it as the most solid opening ever. Yeah.
It stays in your mind.
Excuse me?
It stays in your mind.
Yeah,
this way.
yeah, exactly. And then they started to play some anti-Berlins, not to get into this endgame, and one of those tries is this one. And white is enjoying slight plus, but something has happened here. Let's see. This bishop e3 was mistake according to the engine, but it's also tough, because if you play bishop e5, engine suggests bishop e5 to provoke f4, you need to stay with your bishop here. And what's wrong with that? Maybe he got scared, he got afraid, and he took on e3, and now just white is having a big advantage. Rook e1, 97. Listen, Amin has played fantastic game yesterday, but here I think they are already suffering. So they have an issue. Okay, we will see what will happen on the first board, but here already they have an issue on this board. Let's switch with the camera to another one and stay with the board. Aravind against Nihal. I don't know their history, so maybe some viewers, Indian fans, could write in the chat.
Help us out.
Yeah, I'm not so good. I'm good with rating and players' openings and everything, but I don't remember so much years when they are born. How old is Aravind? I would say that they are close. That Aravind should be a little bit younger, but I don't know.
1999.
Oh no, then he's much older.
Yeah, and, 25.
No, my bad. Nihal is
Nihal is quite younger, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The difference is, what, 5 years? Yeah. So I don't know, do they have some history, some bad losses or something which might affect this matchup? Then Narayanan is playing against Murzin. Here we have some interesting position. This is Alexander Alyekhin style, former world champion. He would double his pawn and then maneuver back and forth. Then we have Ivic, who is having this stable structure. Ivic is very good player. His best result was accepted, besides that he's current European champion with Serbian team. But the thing is that he played very well in the World Cup a few years ago, entering the last 16. I think he knocked Andreikin.
I will check it right up.
Yeah. I think he knocked Andreikin to get into last 16. And his rating was at some stage 2650, but his rating dropped. It's not easy to find the result of that type of events, huh?
Yeah, at least not in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But I will find it.
Ivic stands Andreikin. I just saw it. A little bit done.
Yeah.
Ivic stands Andreikin, Carlsen advances. Yeah. So he knocked Andreikin, which was huge upset. And I'm not sure about his
2021 career high.
I'm not sure about his career.
Okay, let's guess.
And please tell me against whom he lost in.
I will. And his career high was 2620.
Yeah, so my bad. I said 2650, but he was.
Okay, but he's only 10 points from his career high.
Yeah. But he dropped his rating to 2550 in some stands, and now he's back. Yeah, stable position. Let's move on with the camera as well. Then we have Pavel Elyanov against Vidit. Pavel opted for some sideline. Pavel is also a well-known, renowned coach. He was helping Georgian women team, preparing them. He was second of Boris Gale Fund and so on. Okay, having a normal position, he's not heading towards some advantage. Very tough, I would say, schedule for Vidit as well. He was playing in many events, Global Chess League. Yesterday, very tough game. And now he's back again at the board, but once again black against very strong opponent. Volokitin, as I said, in team events can be very powerful performer. He's very stable and he can win even against stronger opponents. I'm curious how will he deal under Kamer's pressure. Kamer is once again white. Then we have Chigaev, normal position against Hare Krishna. Here, there is a mess. How is Samonenkov doing, Dragana, our young?
I just wanted to mention that I find the information for Ivic. So he defeated Robert Hongaski in the first round. Then he defeated Vahelio Pons. Then he defeated Bluebaum. And then he defeated Andreikin. And then he lost to Fedosev.
Okay.
So he was kicked out by Fedosev.
Thanks. How is Samonenkov doing in this event? So he's a very young player, as we said, 13 years old, playing against David Anton. It will be a tough game for him because David Anton is super solid.
Oh, he's doing good so far, I would say. 2 out of 3, but 2 draws, and he had black pieces 2 times. So
yesterday won against Abasov with black.
Yeah, okay, hard start. He had a draw versus 2200 in the first round, another draw in the second round against Nefem, but this win against Abasov is quite huge.
Yeah, he was probably a little bit and under maybe some kind of excitement playing in a club cup, and now after he settled up, he started playing very well. Yeah, winning against Abasov. I'm curious to see will he be able to put pressure on David, who is very good player. Here the game. Okay, Gergely is quite good player, and it's not easy to win against him. Vasily Ivanchuk against Boris Gelfand. We will touch those legends later, but let's just check the moves. So it was Nimso Indian, e3, d5. Now usually knight can either jump to f3 or to e2, and d takes bishop b2. This is classical line played by black, by Judith Polgar, by many players, and then came bishop e6 by Leko. So unclear position. We can just check Gukesh game. He's playing against Pehac, opting for Italian game with white, which will probably happen a lot in the World Championship match. I expect Ding to play e5, and they might play this line. Knight comes to e3. Yeah, solid position by Pehac. Now white probably will part with his bishop and push d4, and who knows what's going on. Those subtle small advantages in Italian game. In that match we have Nodirbek playing against Thomas, also quite a good player, not easy to win against him. So basically white is just trying to be solid, exchange many pieces. It won't be easy for black to win this one. Prague, okay, hang on. Prague is playing Jobova Rapport, this Veresov, d takes, and he took on b8 with the point to play queen d4 some stage, because if you play queen d4 immediately, knight comes to c6, so the point is to first exchange, and then queen comes to d4. If you take, I'm trying to hold my pawn. I can do it this way or b4. So that's his concept. In that match we have on the fourth board Deak playing normal position, Van Forest, yeah, as well, and Sindarov is under some pressure. Okay, not clear. Yeah, maybe we can just have full screen bird view to see how the playing hall is doing. And Dragana can bring us a guest, or I could do it maybe. Yeah, you can do it. Thanks, Dragana. Okay, let's go back to cameras. Let's check how is Gukesh doing. Sorry, Arjun, how is Arjun doing? Our first board has something changed there. So let's have a board as well, because I think that we will just have a move. Let's check the board as well. So the move just has been played. E takes d5. Interesting things will happen. I guess that the point is to take knight d5. You cannot take because of bishop c4. And white needs to figure it out what to play after. I don't know, bishop f5, bishop c5. I'm very curious, very critical moment. Bishop c5 played. The best move. And he just stood up. So bishop c5 played. Yeah. And now it's white turn. So what can be the point? Probably castles. Bishop e6. Okay, although there are several ways to move on. Castles, bishop e6, and now some move. Rook a to d1. Is this the idea? Queen e5, queen d6. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, castles, and now what after bishop e6? I'm quite curious. Okay, we can have them full screen to see Andreikin.
And guys, I'm back, and I brought a very special guest. We have Grandmaster Borki Predovic here in the studio with us. Borki, thank you for coming, especially during the round.
Thank you for inviting me, and hello to everybody who is watching us. And I hope they are enjoying they were enjoying in previous rounds, and also they're enjoying in current round here in both sections.
Yeah, you know how to interact with the audience. I remember that you were the live commentator at the European Club Cup 2015 in the broadcast. Was it a nice experience? Do you prefer broadcasting or being around?
Yeah, that happened. Yeah, in 2015, it was in Skopje. Actually, my colleague was Sandra Dukic is also playing here, yeah. So basically, we changed the roles. I'm captain of the team. She's basically then board 3, I think, in one of the teams and so on. So yeah.
Playing for Zenica, yeah, board 3, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, and you are the captain of both teams, ŠK Typhoon Ljubljana. Is it difficult to be captain of 2 teams at the same time?
Well, first of all, we started a very nice story like 3 years ago, and actually idea of the club together with the president, who is also chess player. President of the club is former #1 in Slovenia, local manager. So in club actually are involved many people from chess and so on who are also working there. So we had the idea to actually make the club, or basically they had the idea, I came later, to make the club which will be like famous in our region. And yeah, this is why we have now already for 2nd year we have like strong strong team in both sections. Yeah, this year of course ladies, they are #3 according to rating, but I have to say also that we made like very interesting lineup, I think, with young guys, because I'm now something like 37, yeah, if I'm allowed to say it, yeah, and actually I prefer to see young guys in the team because they are future generally in chess. And what to say, I mean, it's to be captain of the men team, I think it's much easier since you know, all of them, they are like kind of they have their work, their way of preps, working and so on. So basically, let's say that some advice is generally not needed. But yeah, I have to say also that our women team, very strong team, and they are all very focused, concentrated. And one plus when you have both teams is actually very nice evenings. So we have every day very nice evenings, enjoying, and
so great atmosphere in the team, yeah.
Yeah. The point is actually after this tournament, one thing is result, but second thing is actually that we stay as a friends. We continue our friendship no matter if we are playing for the same team or not. So yeah.
Do you have maybe some camps planned to do with both of the teams in the future or something like that?
Actually, one of our players, he's here reserve in the team, Grandmaster Matej Šebenik, also member of the Slovenian national team. He's actually the one who is most of the time working in the club, and he has a training camp. So basically, if you see young Slovenian players you can playing well, you can say thank you to Matej.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. And also with the ladies, you're currently the sole leader. Are we thinking about winning the gold medal, or is it too early to say?
Yeah, it's very early to say. I have to say that actually we are all proud on both teams, not just on our team who is current leader and so on. Yesterday we had really good match against Alkaloid, which sometimes you need the luck. So we did not get 3-3. We had our chances, but actually that shows the potential of our team. Even we are like, let's say, by the rating they are like clear favorites and so on. But yeah, I mean, it's too early to say, because actually in 7 rounds many things can happen, especially in an open section. You know, it's kind of lottery. You need not just to have a lot of match points, you need individual points, then you need to play to make high result against some very good teams. And I think especially in open section it's very hard to predict the winner. In women's section it will be a bit easier because it's less teams. So actually we are already playing some direct matches already. I mean, from round 2
basically, yeah.
So it's in my opinion, actually, for the audience, maybe it's more interesting to follow the woman section, because really there is always some very exciting match. Sometimes very unexpected result.
Plus you're playing only on 4 boards, so every point counts.
Yeah, counts. Yeah. It's like 25%. Yeah. So if you make 0, it's tougher to get back and to win the match. But overall, it's, as I said, I mean, there's actually really a lot of teams, and chess changed also, so it's a lot of interesting games. I'm not just saying on the top level on this board, but also you can see very nice wins, or basically even very nice play on lower boards. You can see also like many favorites and many top players actually lost the games here. Yeah,
Yeah. Especially yesterday we had such a scramble. Did you manage to follow the first match yesterday?
Yeah, because we were on the stage also, so I was actually following at some point more that match, and so on. It was I don't know what to say. Sometimes you need really you need a luck in chess, because really this game, if you ask me, the most impressive games were like on the board 2 and 3.
Yeah, the Satorov's game, yeah.
Yeah, the Satorov's game. Okay, I mean, as I said, in my opinion, he was lucky, but that's also what actually the top players they need. They have also luck, and so on. But also don't forget, I mean, that Andreikin was 2-7 player a long time ago, and he actually played yesterday the game, which was in, let's say, his style 10 years ago, 15 years ago. That was like kind of the style which you could see in every of his games. Now he's playing less chess and so on. So I can say he's younger than me, of course, but also old guys can can make the punch. Yeah? They can punch.
Yeah, so okay. The youngsters are good, but they still have something to learn from.
Yeah. Really, I mean, if, for the audience, they can check. I mean, a couple of these games in a top. I would say when he was in top shape, Andreikin, it was really nice. Also, once I lost against him, so yeah.
Okay, Borki, you've won 2 golden medals at the European Youth Championships, if I remember correctly, categories under 10 and 12, and then you won under the World under 14 or 16?
No, I was European champion under 12, under 14, and then I was world champion under 16.
Yeah.
And then actually I actually quit playing these youth championships, which is today actually quite usual for the top for the, let's say, strong players, because I actually wanted to gain the title of Grandmaster and so on. But then in some period, let's say 2007, 2009, I was in top 100 players in the world. But then life a bit changed. I finished university. I did some other stuff, and today I'm basically most of the time coach.
Yes, and this is actually the point I wanted to get to. Was it hard to make that switch to coaching?
Yeah, actually, like in every sport, when you are becoming the coach, actually, then you have to, if you want to be a great coach and so on. Besides, I mean, working with the players, you need also to put you had to put their needs in front of yours. Also, you cannot be like always thinking how would you do something. You have to be like thinking how they are thinking, what is their style and so on, because that's the best way in a long term. I'm not saying like in a short term you can have results, you can have bad results, good results and so on, but generally you need to think about the I would say students or your pupils, however you want to say, or here let's say about the team. You need to think, and okay, now I mean I also needed like this was like learning, like going again to the school.
Yeah.
Because when I was a chess player, you know, when you're a chess player, you're just focused on your game. And I mean, it's also like you give maximum and so on. But yeah, when you're a coach, also you have to think about other things and so on. Also, you can see like it's not just me. Today, for example, from the opponent's team, you have the Grandmaster Alexander Motilev, who was also like 2,700 player back in the days, who is experienced coach and coach of many teams, of many national teams and so on. Then you have Ivan Sokolov, who was your guest, I think.
Yes.
A few days ago.
Yes,
was it maybe
exactly.
Yesterday? Or 1 day before?
I think 2 days before. 2
days ago. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's completely different job, but also I have to say, if you love chess, it's very enjoyable.
Okay, so I guess, but you're still missing a little bit playing chess, yeah?
Yeah,
playing,
but
I mean,
I have to say, when
you
know, it's less and less, because when you see all these young talented players, actually, it reminds me also I remember some of my games in that period, also some of my behavior. Like sometimes you are like, you know, I will do this today easy and so on. So today my job is actually to try to keep them focused, calm, and that even if everything goes well, I mean that you have to be careful on the other side. If something does not go well, that actually we are just, I mean, it's life, yeah. You are learning. It's process of learning. So it's, I mean, I think everybody who was doing at least a bit coaching, it's not an easy job. But as I said, if you are doing what you love, then it's everything. Right?
Then it's the right thing.
Yeah.
And you've also had a very interesting match with Magnus Carlsen. You're good friends with him, I guess?
Well, back in the days, yeah, it was actually the only match which Magnus played before he had a match for the title against Anand. And this was in 2013, actually organized thanks to my very good friend and his father from Norway, actually. And on one of those events, youth events, actually, we met each other. He's actually now also, he's one of the best friends of Magnus Carlsen, and also he's doing some podcast now, very popular podcast in Norway. So yeah, I mean, it was very interesting match. Although I have to say, like, back then, I mean, it's not just back then. Magnus was also extremely strong. No matter, I mean, that he was just winning the title of the champion a few months later. And yeah, for me, it was. I think for my followers, for my girlfriend, for my father, who were like there with me, they were enjoying. But for me, it was like, okay, this was rapid match, it was suffering. I don't know.
Everybody else was enjoying.
Yeah, I was suffering every game. Okay, the match was, I lost it just only 1.5, so it was like great result, I would say. But yeah, it took a lot of energy from me. Maybe also some years of life, but okay.
Yeah, but that's life. Okay, so you sacrificed for the show. Do you know maybe why he's not playing here? Wolferspiel as well. They were last year's champions.
Yeah, at least what I heard from some of them, they had like some kind of small issues and problems, and then they were already on the list. So yeah, they decided to. It's unfortunately that they are not defending title and so on. It would be actually then with that team, with Magnus, and especially because they are winners of last European Club Cup, it would be like basically would have everybody, because even Anand is here.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Only we are missing Big Vlad,
Yeah. True. And we've just talked for a little bit. You've mentioned that you played here in 1999, if I remember correctly.
1998 was my first championship. Actually, in Vrnjacka, Banja, actually in the same hotel, which had a different name. And Vrnjacka Banja is famous. We had some youth events back in the days, and of course, I mean, last year it was European,
yes, of course,
individual and so on. But yeah, I remember I have nice memories actually from here. So I hope that I will also come back now with a nice memories.
With a nice memory,
yeah. So
okay, and let me ask you a little bit about today's games. I would say, okay, we will not have the boards, but do you have any predictions? Do you have any favorites? Maybe in the top match, for example, or June's game, maybe.
Yeah, actually, I was a bit following. There was like very interesting game on the board 3, basically where Yu Youngi played this very interesting. Okay, it's very forced line in Berlin and so on, which I think Black has to know. And I remember that a couple of times top players also had a problem with that. What I saw for now, I mean, okay, it's just games are just starting. There is no actually some serious issues in any of these top games. It's actually too early. But yeah, I mean, I think here, like, maybe one of the things which is like the worst situation is maybe sometimes if you make a draw. Actually, because if you make a draw and the next time you have the strong opponent, you lose, you cannot take the medal anymore. So I think here you will need like
short tournament,
you will need 12 match points or basically 6 wins out of 7 matches. So I mean, today it can happen that these teams which were yesterday made a draw, they're playing each other, that one of those teams will basically stay without medals. So I think that actually lower boards in that sense are actually way more stressful, because I think this top match, okay, they are playing, both teams will have the chance no matter what happens, but let's say if we go there to, I think it's like board 3, board 4, they have like 7 match points or something like this. There will be like not so easy, and so on. So this is where I expect some actually important things.
Some drama. Do you think Arjun will cross 2800 today?
Well, I mean, okay, it's not so easy. I think Andreikin will have his.
He needs to win, of course.
Not an easy task. And also like usually if you have some, let's say, position which is not extremely complex. As I said, Andreikin was back in the days well known. I mean, this is how also he won yesterday game. This is like extremely good technical player. Like also with some, always this small short tactics, like 2-3 moves, he sees it all. And so on. So if you don't really try to crush him out of the opening, and if you don't have something extremely complex where you're attacking him, it will be tough. I think it will be tough task for Arjun, but Arjun is Arjun, so He proved that he can win everything. So yesterday he played against us. So it was. I have to say also that Alexander, who is board one of the national team of Serbia and so on, he played extremely good game. So he did not give real chance to Arjun. So yeah, let's see today. He is again white.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So let's see how he will use. It will be very interesting. Actually, also you can see in Turkish Airlines. Okay, there is Edis. There is also Murzin. Very young team. So let's see. It will be very, interesting.
Any predictions for the World Championship?
I'm usually besides the matches of Magnus. Where I was always rooting for Magnus. Actually, I was usually rooting for the guy who is not favorite. Yeah,
the underdog.
Okay. Yeah. So then, who would be like. At least I'm hoping that the match will be very interesting because the last match was. Sometimes if you look the quality of the games, maybe it was not like some other matches, but it was. So exhausting for the players. It's so interesting for audience because we need some mistakes also. To make it interesting. To make it exactly like interesting. Also, like for football fans, they're always, there can happen in all these top matches also some serious mistakes, some rookie mistakes. So yeah, for me actually at least let's hope that the match will be really exciting, and I hope because Dingler is so nice person and so on. That he will be able to perform better than on the last tournaments.
Okay. Thank you very much for this nice interview. I'm sure the audience enjoyed it as well. Guys, we will make a short break and we will come back. And once again, thank you and good luck in both sections.
Thank you, and I wish followers the enjoyable day.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, see you soon. right back.
Yeah, so many interesting things. I was briefly in the playing call, so I checked also. Sometimes it's much easier. For example, when you're walking around, you spot some positions. Like in 2-3 minutes, you can check what's interesting. I memorized few games which might be of importance because when you're clicking, then for users,
you can miss something,
for viewers, might be also a little bit tiring to watch while I'm searching for a game. So there are few interesting games I've noticed. One result we have, Bu Xiangqi has made a draw against Schubel.
Maybe.
Schubel is a very solid player, improving. He was playing very, very well for Slovenia in Olympiad. So it's not strange that after yesterday's loss, Bu called it a day and made a draw with black pieces. But let's switch to first board. What's going on in Arjun against Andreikin? So let's check what's the concept of white. I don't know. Engines are screaming that this cannot be good. So I'm not sure. Or maybe some viewers are armed with better technology, but this looks like strange idea. Is this a bluff or not? Because I don't see any problem for black, even in some kind of worst scenario that even happens, let's say, even after this type of position, it's only a slight plus. So the worst version, I don't know, Queen d4, it's only a slight plus for white. And of course, black won't part with his bishop. He will play some moves. So is this some kind of super strong preparation, which is beyond my understanding? What do you think?
I wouldn't be sure, but the situation on the clock says something else.
Yeah. Okay. This is this risk-taking process. When I was in the playing call, I saw how Dmitry was walking, thinking while making his steps. So he's very much into the game. His focus is quite high, and of course, after yesterday win, he's in limelight. What do you think? What is best? Do you accept all those messages? Do you turn on your mobile phone after a day or something? Because it's easy to lose focus for your next rounds. So many probably you will get thousands of messages if you have social networks. Like, for example, all those players, if they cross 2,800 now, Gukesh and Arjun, everything will just...
Yeah, I guess that they're communicating with their families and their beloved ones, but I guess that the rest of the world is on silent for the next few days. That's my guess.
So, quite a strange situation. It looks like black is more than fine. So I don't get it, this concept. I would be more curious about testing this position, as I mentioned, and now something. So that would be more of my interest, because this can be tricky. Some stage a4, bishop comes to e4, and you're moving around. But this looks like a strange way of play. Okay, bishop e3, of course, won't be played. So Arjun seems to be confident. And sometimes when you are very confident, you are sending those signals, those waves, microwaves,
Frequency around,
and suddenly your opponent grasps it and feels the same. And then someone can say, "Guy, you're better." No, he's not better. You are better. Then suddenly you could switch off your stress and then just to play freely. I don't know. It's a quite psychologically quite interesting situation.
In the meantime, while we're talking about Arjun, there is a poll on YouTube. Do you think that Arjun will reach 2,800 in this event? So you can vote with yes or no, and we are interested to see what do you think.
Yeah, or maybe even in this particular game. But
yes, it's possible even today, of course.
yeah. Quite a tense moment. We see Arjun standing behind, also sort of pressure to your opponent, because you are relaxed and your opponent is solving problems. And when he sees you, he knows that you are in different situation. Then you make a move, then you can focus and do the same. I don't know, let's move on. Let's check, because here we will wait for a move, but we can stay with the camera around. Let's check second board. Okay, here something has happened. Okay, let's check. So Parham was playing bishop a3, knight c4, this is classical, and I'm shocked and I'm surprised that he sacrificed the exchange. No,
Rook d4.
I'm joking, of course he sacrificed the exchange because he wouldn't resist it. Okay, here it was forced anyway, but this is something Parham loves to do it. And
we had rook c4 yesterday, now rook
yeah,
d4, sacrificing the rooks all the way.
Yeah, and now b5 played, and okay, white is counting on some pressure over those two squares. And actually I like this exchange sacrifice, although he's burning a lot of time. Might be connected with yesterday loss, so he doesn't feel so confident. But yeah, anyway, it's a very interesting game.
I'm just trying to catch up with chat. If I see any question,
Okay,
I will interrupt
sure.
you.
Yep, let's move on. Third board situation looked like close to losing after rook e1, king f7, drastic measure, and then knight e7 happened. Yeah, this is the reason why maybe Amin is not like top 10 player or something, that it's not easy to be solid. You make one mistake against those guys and basically they just exploit it. And suddenly your position is horrible. Okay, knight e7, engine says it was maybe a mischance, because this might be even better, but it's not easy to calculate here, is this a checkmate or not? So he just went for safe option, which probably is also good enough because it's cutting black's queen and position. And the idea is also maybe to collect a pawn in process. You cannot take with the queen because I'm penetrating, I guess. And then after rook c8, queen comes to a7. Yeah, this is typical, I would say, example of importance of the open file. Who is dominating over some file? Yeah, this looks like just example of domination, and white is just pressing over that e file. Okay, that's a headache for Turkish Airlines. How is Aravin doing against Nihal? We can check we can switch the camera as well to our second part of the match. Okay, still Nihal is pushing, and yeah. Okay, here maybe they're counting to have a chance to fight back. Aravin.
By the way, when you're here, I think I found some kind of statistics. Okay. I'm not sure if this is correct, but Sarin won versus Aravind in King's Indian in 2022 at the World Blitz Championship. They had a draw at FIDE Swiss Grand the next year, and as well in 2023 on World Rapid, we had a win for Sarin.
Yeah, it seems
white
that when Sarin is white, then he's pressing. So probably this will be a tough task for Aravind. On the next board, very solid, very complicated position, but Volodar is burning a lot of time. so he will end up in a time trouble very
Already
soon.
34 minutes,
And
yes.
Ivic against Ediz, it seems that, okay, white is slightly better, white is launching, so black needs to prepare for that avalanche. And let's move on with the second match. We have Pavel against Vidit, trying to just play a normal position. And it's funny how no pieces, no pawns.
Exchanged.
Yeah, were exchanged. Yeah, the point is that both players are still making some useful moves. Kamer against Volokitin. Kamer is pressing 2 bishops, and sometimes this weak pawn, actually, islands which white have, is useful because you got an open file. White is pressing, so Kamer might, today he has good chance to come to 5 out of 5. Chigaev against Hare Krishna doesn't look so dangerous for black. I think black has solved his opening problems. Gledura against Navara, normal position. Here, as I said, I'm curious to see will Ihor be able to put the pressure on black position. Antal, normal position, very solid player. It won't be easy for Nguyen to do anything special against him. So Vasily against Gelfand, as I mentioned, Boris was playing a World Championship match, losing against Vishy Anand in tiebreak in Moscow. Actually, many World Championship matches ended up in a tiebreak. For example, Caruana against Carlsen, Karyakin against Carlsen, Anand against Gelfand. Whom else did we have? A few more, I think. And the reason why Topalov opted for the most sharpest outcome at the end of his last game in match in Sofia against Vichy is that he said, I was afraid of going to rapid tiebreak. Also Topalov versus Kramnik. He said, I didn't want to enter it, and I just went all in, and he lost his last game. So, many tiebreaks. So Gelfand was playing fantastically that match. I think he started with a win. Basically, he started his main weapon was Sveshnikov Sicilian, and I think after that it became even more popular, and Magnus used it against Caruana in his match. And it's opening which it's quite developed and already some lines, but it's possible to add some new ideas. And actually Boris was doing this wonderful way, but the problem is for Sveshnikov is that there are some other moves. For example, e4, c5, knight f3. If you go e6 way, then you are struggling in there are some options for extra options. For example, now my brain stopped, hang on. If you start playing knight c6, you can end up in Rossolimo. And if you play this way, there are several moves like g3, b3, c3, and so on. But here, knight c6. First of all, there is possibilities that white will take on c6, but there are also some other lines. Knight c3, knight f6, knight c6, bc6, e5, knight e5, knight e4, and suddenly you need to play this crazy position, which is very hard to deal with. Now there is c4 move, bishop e4, king e2, and suddenly your king ends up, bishop a6 and f3 and so on. So there were a few obstacles. These days this one is bigger than Rossolimo, but at that time Rossolimo Sicilian with bishop b5, but Boris prepared it quite well. His seconds were Pavel Elyanov, who is playing here first board today against Vidit. Tomaszewski, Rothstein, Maxim, he's also playing here second board, if I'm not mistaken, just right behind Boris Gelfand. And actually, he started to play it, there was a London Classic, and he played this Rossolimo, and some ideas how he was handling it, pawn down. First, that was trademark for Rajabov, but Boris added really fantastic stuff, and he played that match fantastically. There is this, you should already remember this name of that movie, documentary. I'm mentioning this all the time. What's the name? I'm always saying it's a room, but it's not a room. So the documentary movie is fantastic about Boris' life and his preparation for that match. But I would say it's some number, I think 66 or something.
We're always having this discussion, and I'm always checking. Actually,
no, now I will try to recall. It's not a room, but it's something with B. I'm trying to recall, and it got some prizes. It's one of the best documentary movies. So watch it, guys. You will learn more about the prep and maybe life during World Championship match. There is also a very good book of Barev about, it was Barev, Levito, maybe, I don't know, about World Championship match in London, how the preparation and the match took place. Trying to recall. Okay, I will do it later. So Boris was playing
album 61.
And it's 61. Yes, album 61. One of my favorite movie. Of course, I like also Bobby Fischer Against the World. I think is. I think that it's which. Hang on. Who is behind that movie? And I think Bobby Fischer, Anything to Win. Those two documentaries about Bobby, and there are several places. There is also Netflix Cold War, I think. Yeah.
Okay, when you say Netflix and chess, everybody thinks about Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, exactly. But those are the movies. Okay, there is a Pawn Sacrifice with Tobey Maguire, but that it's not my favorite one. But those documentaries were really, really good. Yeah. So Boris is a legend, as I mentioned, Vasily as well. So they are paired together today. It was Nims India. I don't know how many games they've played, because they were like top 10 late at the beginning of 90s. So they probably at some time they just start to play each other. Like, for example, Anand was playing against Kramnik or Leko and so on. I
can try to find
I also asked Anand about his match against Gelfand, and he said he was suffering in the beginning, but then he managed to recover.
106 games I found so far.
Yeah,
maybe there are
even more. So they know each other really, really well. Boris is always having this determination. We can go with the camera to that match as well, so you could see faces as well. Rothstein is playing second board. Rothstein was his career high. Okay, let me think. So his career high was 2707. Oh, 2707, let's say. But maybe even more. Maximum.
Yeah, I know him, just checking if I'm spelling it correct. And the peak is 2710.
Yeah, okay.
Close.
That was close call, yeah. So 2710, and now he's on 25.
Yeah, he's dropped some points. 26. Is it?
Yes, but he was even worse. He was like 25, 70, I would say, or something. Which was a really big drop. So he's a bit
26-13.
Yeah,
okay.
He's a bit
Wikipedia
back,
not updated.
but I think he dropped 25,
2580 at some point.
Yes, exactly. But very strong player. So he's on the second board. Boris likes to, as I said, to take some piece and to roll it, to walk with the piece. You would see this in his hands. Also, maybe I think in this documentary, this album 61. I think the point was that the room in that hotel was 61.
Yeah, always the same conversation, but I haven't memorized it yet.
But you haven't watched it yet.
No, actually.
Come on, you should do it.
I need to do this. Yes, I will. After this tournament, maybe prior to the next commentary, I do watch it so I remember the name.
It's cool. You will grasp some insights about, like for example, Netflix, this Drive to Survive formula, about Formula One. Basically, they recovered some interest for Formula One.
Yeah, it's always nice to see this.
You got this insight. Yeah. Okay, I was expecting more from tennis. What's the name? Was the name of Breakpoint, I think. Yeah, from the tennis Netflix series. But the point is to get info from players, insight from players, not just.
Not something that you hear every day.
Yeah, and you have exact person. It's not that you have actors. So you're getting some insight. Although things have changed these days, a lot of players are posting stories. A lot of players basically changed their mindset. They opened up a bit and so on. So here, Nimzo Indian, Bishop e6, very good move and probably the best one. But Vasily is very skillful. He finds some position which is not like optimal, that White should play differently here to fight for the advantage. I don't know, maybe h3 or something. And he plays like move which NG say it's not best. Maybe that from, I don't know, 0.25 that you are dropping to minus 0.25. But the position is complicated. This type of position. And some of the players, they don't check this type of moves. They're on their own. And he's quite skillful then, somehow to get. This is typical. If he's a good shape, Vasily can be very, very tough choice to play against him in this position. Also, his rating is ridiculously low now. How strong he was, 2780, something like this. You will check?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure. Okay, I would need about Vasily. I'm not sure. But the fun is, during the last during the last European Team Championship, we were like making some jokes and making some random tests. Guys, you might recall that I asked Injic, our grandmaster guest, who will come very soon. Okay, you are a big chess fan. Let's go to 1997 rating list, FIDE, name it top 10 players. Yeah, and actually he was doing quite well. But the funny fact is that I asked that Magnus later in a bar, and Magnus just named it. Okay, Vasily was around for sure, Anand was around, no, Swidler was not around, so he knows. That was funny.
Yeah, but Injic had some very good answers as well.
Okay,
I was impressed.
So my point that Vasily was 2780 and his peak rating was
2787. Okay.
But Boris is not easy for me. For Boris was 2760. 65.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, 2777.
Okay, he was better. 27.7. Okay, that was.
You're trying to actually
drop my average. Yeah.
Points.
Okay, so you have like, come on, 27.77, 27.87. These are really heavy guns. Yeah. Black is doing fine. But Vasily sometimes, as I said, is happy and walking around and you're not sure about the position. But basically this position is already more pleasant for black. Then we can switch to another.
We haven't seen the latest section.
Okay.
Maybe we can switch.
Yeah, just to check this match where Gukesh is first board against Pehac. Okay, he has an idea. To maybe clean the diagonal. That's a very cool move, but he's burning a lot of time. Abdo Satoro is playing against Alau Rushas. That's a tough opponent, but it seems to me that Noah Dirbek is doing very well. And here We have, sorry, where I jumped wrongly. So Pragnananda, he's playing against Stoček. Stoček is underrated guy because at his top he was more than 2600 and he was very strong. And he has his own ideas, he has a very good imagination. These type of opponents are not easy for guys like Pragnananda. He's young, he doesn't know him so well, he sees his rating. And maybe you will get an advice from, of course, from Ivan Sokol as a captain, who would say, watch out, Irji is a tough opponent, but never mind, you still underestimate a bit. So, Queen a4 played, knight d7. Actually, I'm not sure how Prague will win this one. I don't know.
Prague struggling again?
Yes. Very tough situation. Not struggling, but to win. I don't know this position. I think against Stoček you should play some position which is sharp and trying to get him in position where some calculation is needed, and he might go wrong.
We got used to Prague winning everything. That's why I started struggling, because we still haven't seen a win from Prague at this tournament.
Deak is okay, having a normal position. We have, sorry. The problem is that I want to check Super Chess. I need to scroll down a lot because they are not doing great. Jordan is doing more than fine, and we have Sindarov having a normal position. His opponent is spending more time. Let's switch to women's section. Let's check the camera. And first, let's go back to Arjun. Has something changed there? Okay, a lot. So what has happened?
Bold king.
We can go with the camera as well there. So castles, bishop e6. He played bishop d4. Not optimal move according to the engines, but who knows? Okay. Arjun doesn't want to make a draw at any cost, because that would be the case after rook c1, because she's just showing to the audience, the whole world, that he's placed for a win, and he sacrificed the exchange. Okay, now I'm not sure about prospects, because this can be, so I would rather have maybe even equal position, but without this exchange sacrifice, not to be in maybe slightly better position according to the engine, but very tough to play. This type of position, if I take the engine, only issue might be if there is some kind of immediate queen's exchange. If it's not, I don't know, some queen f4, probably I cannot, so there is no queen's exchange. This can be very tricky long term, and engines might feel very well here, but for human it will be tough. Okay, let's go to the women's section. Also with the camera, let's start with the first board. That's a mess, complete mess. Yeah, so many double pawns, everything complicated. Queens on the file. Okay, I know. Probably black has enough compensation because d5 will drop. But if white manages to consolidate, then the d file will be of importance. So I don't know. It is very tough to analyze. Here, okay, we have some slight plus for white. King will be safe behind this f3 2 pawns, and this square might be of importance. Rooks are already played. Knight is very nice on c4, and you have this motif of empty bishop. So you just move your knight, and then suddenly this bishop is not attacking anything. You just play around it, and it becomes empty bishop, and long term the point is to exchange the pieces and stay with the knight against that bishop. Then we have second board, next board. So I think it's a nice choice from Dinara. Okay, white is putting some pressure, but maybe it's not much. If I move my bishop, Irina seems to be doing well. And the last board, Last board, yeah, seems to be normal. White is putting some pressure.
Okay, so some slight favorite for Typhoon, yeah? Minimal, but...
Okay, they're worse
board,
on the second board. On the third board, Irina is doing quite fine, so I don't see some, actually opposite. Only on first board it's unclear, and on the other boards they're pressing, so it seems to me the super chess is doing fine. Here,
Already in endgame.
yeah, which we can switch with the camera as well, but it seems that it's heading towards the draw. We can go to that match with the camera. Not that one. We need
Previous one?
Yes, exactly. So
Alina Bivol with white pieces.
yeah, but it seems that Bibisara is just holding this one. Everything will be exchanged. When Kim comes to e7, then Black will start somehow exchanging pawns. Adela against Divya, she's worse. This c file and f3 is coming, and king. Usually the reason is why in the middle game, when the queens are on the board, you play h3 to be able to hold your queen. When it's an endgame, when the queens are off the board, immediately g or f3, f4 to open your king to come inside the center, like Black is doing here, but White will do the same and take some more space. This looks better for White, and here it's, I guess, what's going on here, it's really hard to say. It seems to me that, yeah, that Red Star, that Crna Zvezda is doing, hang on, who is doing well? First draw, okay, no. It's unclear actually, unclear match.
Still early to say.
Mamazada, that's a mess. Bejdulaeva, okay, hard to say. Let's go back to open section. I just saw one game, but I will try to find, it's the team where Markus Rager is playing. I don't know if we have it on the we have it live. I think we should. No, hang on. It's Icelandic team, but they're not live, right?
It's Markus Rager is match number 14.
Ah, yeah, Markus Rager. This match is
Match number 14.
Yeah,
no
it's
way we
not
have
live.
it on camera. Yeah.
It's very interesting position in some game. Let's go back to Arjun. Let's see what's going on. Let's stick with the camera there. So Queen h5, Bishop e4, Rook f4. We can stay with the camera. It's very actually unclear what will happen. We might also go a full screen camera that you will able to see how worried is Arjun. Maybe it's a moment to check the chat as well if you see anything.
Yes. Let me find some questions, and maybe afterwards I can go and find our next guest.
So Arjun is a bit worried. VE seems to be doing fine. Okay, let's get back the board as well to see what's white up to. So which are the options here? So the bishop is hanging. You cannot play f3 because you are dropping the guy. So knight d5 is of course the move you want to make. Takes, king moves, h8, and we are in this position. Black wants to attack f2. And now Arjun is calculating, for example, rook c1, or maybe even g3 first, to be able to move the king. Now there is some stuff like, I'm spotting something, and it's a draw, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something Black is up to. So g3 might not be the right way. Other option is to play this type of position. I don't know, move the king with the point. If you take, I take, and I just ignore now. I don't know, stabilize a bit, either bishop f3, a4, queen maybe somewhere. But it looks drawish. It looks very drawish. Let's check other games. Here Wei is, yeah, Yu Yang is just winning. f5 was mistake, and now bishop c4 and sacrifice just wins, and he's calculating that. On the second board, we have Wei against Parham. Okay, in unclear position. I would love to be white, but it's also quite reasonable. Good for Black. Not easy at all to evaluate this one. Nihal, he's putting pressure. I'm curious what is... Okay, knight f4 probably doesn't work because of knight e4, so that's probably the idea. But after bishop a7, d4 might be a move. So white just want to fix the queen side here. Okay, f5 played. He wants to break through. This is not pleasant position for Murzin, and he's always in time trouble, so quite tough for him. And the last board, Ivic. Still, white is pushing, hard to say. Elyanov, normal position, not much is happening. Kamer. Okay, this is a nice touch, this h6. I don't know if that was missed. Maybe this move was missed, because after e3 white just wins, but h6 and suddenly it's not clear at all. Yeah, so maybe Andrei has managed to come out of the problems with nice touch with h3. We can switch the camera there as well, so that we see if of our second match, if Kamer is worried. Yes, that's it. Let's switch there. We can also go full screen, so you could see how worried is he? Yeah, h6 was a great touch. And we are back. My guest is Aleksandar Injic. Sorry, welcome. How are you?
Fine, thank you for invitation.
Tired from yesterday's game? It was a really long game.
Yeah, a little bit. So rest is well needed, and I'm enjoying myself, following my teammates and cheering for them.
Can you tell us more about what has happened yesterday? It was really a roller coaster match.
Yeah, at the end we succeeded in winning with minimal difference, 3.5, 2.5. I was suffering for most of the game. I had a nice position from the opening, but I misplayed. I didn't really understand the structure well because I'm not playing those type of positions that often. And after that, I was in under lots of pressure for like 3-4 hours, and at the end, successfully, I survived. But overall, tough match and tough game for me.
Just to remind the viewers, it was Alkaloid against the Typhoon,
yeah.
right?
Strong team from Slovenia.
Yes. Were you surprised how easily Šarić lost his game, because he's very stable with white, and that board might be a complicated game for your team?
Yeah, I was surprised because I thought throughout the game that he has some small advantage with white, maybe nothing special, but overall it should be safe. But for me, the impressive part was how quickly Black developed attack there, because it seemed to be like slow Italian and with lots of maneuvering around. But somehow, after he played knight h7, it seems that he quickly found all the powerful moves and won at the end.
That was the game against Aravind.
Yeah.
Yes. Today you are resting, and your last moments of the game were quite funny. So it ended up with threefold repetition.
Yes, especially considering that we were both in time trouble and under 35 seconds or 40 seconds. And I started looking at my score sheet, and I thought, okay, is it a 3-time repetition? Because especially in time trouble, things are not as they seem in general. So I decided to risk and see what's going on, and it was successful. 3 repetition claim.
Sometimes it's funny because if it happens after a really long period, you start to write not so clean and not so clear, and you cannot even read your own score sheet.
So that's an extra plus. Usually I'm more or less, okay, I wouldn't say that cold in time troubles, but usually I can read my score sheet, so that was enough this time.
Okay, let's check how your team is doing. Of course, yesterday also result a bit unexpected. When you have Gukesh, Abdusatorov and Prague, you don't expect that they're completely lost at some stage.
Exactly, but the funny thing is I didn't watch all the games closely, but it seemed that even Maxulu was completely winning, and then he went for the beauty prize and
got
unfortunately lost. But it's amazing how well they played that match yesterday.
Yeah, so my point was that it was maybe expected that you and Super Chess would win against others, let's say, and maybe direct encounter, and suddenly, okay, Turkish Airlines is really tough team, but anyway, were you a bit surprised with this small present you got?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised by Turkish Airlines winning the match, but I was more surprised by how dominant their performance was, because I didn't expect them to win 4-2, but also with potential to win with even a higher score. So especially considering how strong Super Chess is, it's a really amazing match for them, and it seemed that almost all of them were in great shape yesterday.
How was afterwards? So it was a tough match. You secured the win for your team by a narrow win. Did you have some little bit more, I would say, different approach after Turkish Airlines performed, as you said, as you mentioned, really spectacular. In terms of guys, they are really, really good. Don't look the ratings; they are very, very strong. Or your approach, yeah. Did you adjust it a bit after this result against Super Chess?
Well, in a way, sort of. I cannot disclose all the secrets from team captain, but in general, of course, we are aware that all the following matches all the way to the end are derbies with chances for both sides. And if you look at like top 10 teams, let's say top 5 especially, I think all the teams have very, very strong players on all 6 boards. So it's very hard to pinpoint any concrete weakness in any team. So whenever I look at, like, let's say, first 2 or 3 matches, it's all great games in between. So it's real enjoyment following the rounds.
Okay, let's check what's going on. We can combine it with the camera. So Arjun is risking. Anand was in the studio and he was commentating that was not common in previous time that players are playing that way. First of all, risking tournaments, playing tournaments where they need to win all the games to get rating, because only one loss immediately means that this chase for 2800 is over. But the way how he pressed, it's also very interesting. And this moment, it was some Kero, but it's funny how in this position, he just blitzed out this nice c3, which Angels prefer. I was thinking that his concept was to play this type of position, which can be tricky.
Yeah, especially long term with a static structure for black. And
this would be also your style, maybe to press a bit practical problems.
Overall, I enjoy posing that type of problems with sort of nullifying dynamics of black structures and hoping for some long-term trumps. So I would definitely consider d6 as the move.
So I was thinking that suddenly comes knight c3, ed, knight d, point.
Then black goes around with
and actually black play very well. So, but I'm shocked how, and now knight e3 comes. And okay, he has this self-confidence. I think that Dmitry is basically heading towards the draw. And so he's trying to keep the safest option, but Arjun is not allowing him this safe option. Queen h4, and now not the idea to make a draw. So he played bishop c4, sacrificed the exchange, and it is this position at the board. Rook f4 was played, and now comes bishop d5. It's really hard for me to grasp.
In general, it seems to me that every move requires a couple of minutes of going inside the details, because like rook f4, why is that a necessity? Or why not bishop a1? Like taking an exchange? What goes on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't get it as well, but I think the point is that
compensation is obvious, but in general, like
I think the point was that if white goes knight d5, bishop d5, then king h8, and there will be some kind of liquidation to
some activity opposite
rook f8, and for example, if g3, there is immediately even rook f2 and some rook f8, and then queen c5 in the end. Queen c5 in the end. So I think he's basically trying to liquidate. So I think this is the concept, but I'm not sure yet. How is this? Is this race 2800 race and all this Indian support which Arjun is getting? Is this affecting maybe your team a bit, or is this a topic? Is this a topic in a way that everyone is speaking about 2800, about his personal games? Will he cross it or not?
Well, not really. Usually we are being quite to the point on the meetings, talking about next opponents and not dwelling too much on the previous round, especially if it was a tough match with minimal win. So overall, it's very light-hearted atmosphere with looking forward to next matches, and and concrete opponents.
Because the chat is screaming, viewers are screaming 2800, 2800, everyone is speaking about.
I mean, with sort of understandable reason. But overall, I'm quite unsure how he's dealing, if he is even pressured about 2800, because so far to me it feels that he's very light-headed towards it and just playing his game.
And how about that first round? That was a roller coaster in his game.
I wasn't playing that match, but I was following closely in my room, and it was a little bit unexpected end, because to me it felt it's going to be very hard to overturn that position, but he successfully found some counterplay, and for me it was a little bit of a mystery if his opponent resigned, because I mean, of course, looking from the room with the injury, it gives like, it's zeros, like why did he resign? But it seemed there is some study-like continuation, and some strange games are...
I think that he didn't spot that queen d7, maybe even exchange the queens, and sometimes it's possible you want to...
And even then, after queen d7, exchange queens, I remember there was some rook g2 check, king f1, doubling the rooks on g-file, and then the star move knight g1.
Yeah, who would spotted that?
So in that sense, probably he didn't believe that there is salvation, and decided to act like a gentleman.
But this is your style, to find that type of moves.
But
unexpected moves.
Yeah, but not only that, but my style is also not resigning until I'm sure that it should be resigned.
Good.
So sometimes I am sort of creative, and other times I'm just in a fighting mood and don't wish to resign.
There are some swindlers in this event. For example, I was saying that I would pick up Rauf Mamedov to be in a sort of lost position against Gukesh, but some chances that maybe put some practical problems. You would be also high on the list.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good quality somehow, to be tricky in the end.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, when I look at the majority of top players, I think one of the necessary qualities seems to be that you have to force your opponent, like let's say in tennis, to play one more shot. And I think that's very important quality for chess players as well. For example, I think guys like Nakamura did very well with similar, I wouldn't call it style, but like finding some brilliant resources in tough positions.
You brought gold medal for Serbia, sort of that way in European Team Championship.
Yes, so overall I cannot say that I'm happy that that's occurring, and me being in bad positions is part of any plan, of course not, but in general I think it's very important to pose maximum problems even if you are on defense.
Yeah, okay, so this game is quite hard to grasp, some time trouble with. Okay, maybe not be so important, but we'll start approaching.
I briefly checked that you was pressing. It seems to me that Tabatabai missed.
Yes. So
what was going on there?
Yeah, so we were commentating that these days are this anti. Sometimes I think that David de Berlin, I don't know his repertoire, but sometimes Berlin, it seems that okay, you can play, anyone can play it, but it's not easy. So many details. Petrov and then Berlin, it seems super safe, but there are so many tricky.
No, especially considering that Tabatabai is a young 27 plus 100 player, and I'm pretty sure that his opening repertoire is pretty diverse. So overall, he has to play many different things, and he's trying to be unpredictable in his openings. So whenever you play something solid, which usually people say, it's a boring Berlin or something like that, but it's never that easy both to remember the details and also to understand the fine nuances of position.
Yeah, I think he was here, he was surprised, maybe with bishop e3, and then he thought that maybe this bishop b2 is some kind of prepared, complicated line. Let's go for something safe, but that he underestimated problems, I think. That was the thing.
For me, what I would say that usually when I approach some openings, I try to avoid those type of concrete lines where I have to memorize too much in order to stay safe. So I usually try to focus my efforts on finding healthy and solid positions instead of going for this. So if not necessity, I wouldn't go for this from black side.
Yeah, and especially if white is armed with engine in prep, he knows that he's better, then you will find the same, you will find the moves. You're strong enough to find those moves. And it's already probably lost. F5 actually is some kind of desperation. Okay, engines would hold somehow here, but
so
a bit.
Probably tries to go knight f6, maybe to recover some harmony there.
Yeah, and he's g6, and now he will be swept off the board. Yeah, I think it's probably a checkmate. Yeah, it should be a checkmate. If you take queen d5, I can play queen e7 first. Depends what I want. Okay, goes to the same thing. And probably
So
it's just
queen
f8, king g5, some h4, and it will be a checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so it's sort of.
It's going well for.
Yes. Yes, that's what I said. There are some players, for example, like Andreikin, even like Tabatabai. They are much stronger with white, and you can have a hard time with them. But I don't know, Max Odlo, he plays the similar with white, with black.
Yeah.
So there maybe pieces are not so important.
When I look at from the side, to me, it always felt that the similar type of players as Andreikin and Tabatabai, they very much rely on control and they're sound positionally. And once they, for example, from the black pieces, if he had equal position out of the opening, he feels safe. He can start imposing his will bit by bit. But from the openings, especially when you're playing black pieces, I mean, from move one, it's the battle begins if you're able to contain white or not. And every now and then this thing happens and it looks brutal.
Yeah, I think actually the game is basically over. It went that. Oh, he will soon. But it's funny, it's similar like yesterday. So yesterday he calculates everything till the last moment, and the final position was really nice against Pragnananda. And today he got crushed.
And also it's important to mention, I doubt that he was that he miscalculated this, but 2-3 moves ago, maybe he thought that he can, probably not, that he can run away with king g7, but then queen e8 is probably just winning.
Yeah.
And then endgame is not survivable for him. Like
yeah.
c5, bishop d5, king g7, queen e8, exchange, and then he's just completely lost. He cannot untangle his pieces and just game over.
I agree.
And even pawn down, so it's not even.
But yesterday it was interesting that during broadcast he was offering some analysis just right after the game. And basically everything was correct. I was so impressed. Not just moves he made, which sometimes people do play best moves, but in analysis they got wrong, they were not sure.
Yeah.
Everything was
to the point.
Yes, so I was very impressed. But okay, we know, especially on your level and higher level, that we are with white you are confident and it's much easier to play. Pragnananda, if he was white, then of course it's tougher.
And maybe some other game?
Yes, let's go. So this one will finish good for you, right? Then we go on the fourth board. Here there is not a great matchup for you maybe. Nihal is doing quite well against Aravind.
Well, that seemed to be the case even in the game versus Shari, so hopefully he can turn the tables.
Okay, correct. Actually, this might be happening. Okay, I don't know about the engine assessment, but Nihal is the guy who can pose problems.
Okay, he started going all in.
Yeah.
It's always delicate about this structure. In Italian, they're very tricky and delicate to play well.
Okay, this will probably be a like complete mess. Now some e6 will be played, and who can calculate? I cannot calculate it.
And it's move number
19.
Okay, with time trouble slowly approaching.
Yeah, Nihal sometimes enters severe time trouble. How about Aravind? Do you have maybe insight?
I'm not sure, but also that seemed to be a funny coincidence for very good blitz players to enter time troubles. They usually don't like it. So it's a funny thing, but like 3 results in this game for sure, and lots of action ahead. Okay,
let's say that you are playing this position with white or black. What do? You calculate just, or you also try to use some psychology with the moves which maybe affects opponent the most?
In this position, first to sort of try to sense what's going on, because it's like lots of hanging pieces, and I don't know, maybe something like e6 is a thing, or just I'm not really sure what are the other options, because if he takes, like, let's say knight g3 looks simply bad for white. Just fg3, you can try to shut down diagonally with d5, but then just gf2, d5, bishop f3 looks crushing for white. So he's more or less just losing there, or close to losing. Yeah,
you mentioned this. It's probably like d takes, like, or
many different options in general.
Maybe even c5, yes.
Yeah. So that's not a thing. And other than e6, is there a normal move for white?
I don't know. Is there something going back? Is this like good or not?
That, but sort of at the moment he's a pawn down and trying to create some action.
Yeah. So I guess e6 will be played. And now, okay, it's a tough choice. Either you run or you take. Okay, this is very complicated. Probably in this type of position, you just calculate.
Yeah,
you don't
sure.
evaluate positions. You just calculate way to go.
Sort of just take 10 minutes and try to delve deep and see what's going on.
Okay, let's check. The last two boards here. It looks very promising also for you. This f5. Okay, this is similar structure sometimes from Ragozin, but usually the pawn is not on. It's not double. It's here, and then it goes the same. But maybe this is advantage for white because this pawn is more useful.
It looks very powerful structure, similar to. I checked the opening a little bit, and he played g3, which looked interesting, and then gf4, and it seemed like a Catalan type of structure.
Yeah, I mentioned that this is
actually an interesting idea.
Alexander Alekhine was sometimes playing this type of positions.
So overall it looks very promising for white, and
let's go back. Murzin is the guy who ended up in a severe time trouble from the beginning of the tournament and some others.
Yes,
it looks very good.
It looks very nice. I don't know, maybe even FG and trying to enter with this, or just going for some E4, F6, like lots of natural moves, but.
Okay, so is maybe also the issue sometimes because you're spending some efforts, energy to get into sort of winning or better position, and now you have a different choice, and the point is not to give your opponent any counterplay. Is this role sometimes the one which some players?
It's not as easy as it looks. Frequently, to me, occur some problems when I have a couple of nice options. And I try to sort of shut down all counterplay from my opponent, and then I mix it up a little bit, and somehow he starts putting unnecessary resistance, and it's not as easy as it looks. I mean, of course, it's obvious that white is better, but it's still lots of play ahead here.
Because sometimes you have only one way, and you need to be smart in a smart way to become better.
Yeah.
And suddenly you have several ways.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, but I'm not fully happy here.
Yes.
Here I'm happy, but again, he has some kind of a counterplay, and it seems a couple of interesting options, but you're not fully satisfied. But one thing that to me, it seems it's very important is sort of not being afraid to get a little bit dirty. It's almost impossible to control it all the time. And I know from my experience and from seeing other people play that usually people get hesitant and they like to free roll with advantage. You have to sort of bite the bullet and go for it, which is not always easy to sort of remember during the game, but...
That was my approach also when it becomes really tough. And I would say, oh, white, he has this move. He's lucky to pose me. Probably that's chess, that's life.
Sort of he is, I mean, playing and just being resourceful, so you have to take that into consideration.
And let's switch the last board, how your friend is doing. Probably, you know, you could say much more about his style and his approach.
Overall, it seems to me that the game is going well, more or less balanced. In general, he is a well-prepared guy who's playing sound and strong chess, and this looks like, to me, one of his games, sort of solid throughout, with if somebody provokes him, he'll go for initiative and try to play very powerful, but overall it seems that so far draw is a natural result here.
Okay, which is good for you, because Gorel can be a tricky player.
You probably won or is winning. On the board 5 we have advantage, so overall I don't mind here being a draw.
Got it. Do you have some, okay, you don't need to, of course, disclosure, but do you have some system, but basically you and at the moment you and Velimir are switching games, or maybe you will see what will happen on your top boards that you might play both?
Yeah, in general we go day by day, but I guess, I mean, if he neutralized a strong young opponent easily, I don't mind having lots of rest and maybe visiting again.
Got it. So your ambition is, of course, to become a champion. Have you been close, or?
Not really. I didn't play Club Cup that many times, but usually my team was not one of the favorites. So I had a couple of times I played good. I even won once versus Svidler, and but my team was, let's say, top 10 candidate. Decent, but not.
Yeah,
for
the same for me. I was playing for Slovenian team. We were 10th, which was at that time like a good result. I was playing second board, but
yeah, I played first board, and I think best result of the team was 8th place or something like that. But overall, I cannot say that I ever played in such a strong team in this competition. So of course, ambitions are high.
Okay, how is that role? So you're the first board, you're carrying your team on your shoulders. Suddenly, you're the guy who is between.
It's kind of interesting because I can't say I'm that used to the role, and of course, seeing our lineup, it's kind of understandable what's this case because we're appreciating rating, current form, etc. So it's funny, and I would like our team to win the championship, and that's one of the titles that I'm missing.
Yeah, current European team champion. Let's check. Let's go to check Gukeš game against Pehac. Pehac is really, I don't know. It was very strange how he got in winning position against Andreikin with barely spending any minute, and suddenly he's also putting tough resistance to Gukeš. Okay, this is hard position also to play. Engines will deal it easily, but you see this passer when you're a player and suddenly you're scared.
Yeah, but lots of play ahead because White has to think about safety of his king a little bit, and especially considering that bishop on long diagonal is at the moment protecting on a7, so he has to demonstrate good technique here.
What would you say in terms of evaluation, maybe some guessing, how high are chances for black to draw this one?
Well, I would say like 40% chance for white to win, 60% for a draw at the moment.
Fair enough.
Something like that, because I don't see concrete moves after, let's say, even why not bishop f2 or bishop c5? Well, okay, at the moment knight d4 is not a threat because queen e1 is checkmate. But
yeah, he's probably thinking also maybe to come with the queen as well.
And in general, he took on f2. So overall, it seems that it's a long task for white to try to prove some edge. Maybe now, after I thought a little bit, maybe I would even put less chances of white winning.
Got it. And you are known as a chess fan. We were just joking during European teams, guessing Fidelist, but probably this matchup, I don't know, brings you a bit smile. Even I guess.
Yes, of course, like the eternal matchup.
Yeah.
So if Anand was here, probably he was enjoying that.
Exactly. Yeah. So it seems that Boris is doing well, but Vasily can be tricky also.
Yeah, he was able to win versus So during the Olympiad from worse positions. So it's never a smart move to try to.
Let's get them on the camera as well. So Ivanchuk against Gelfand.
But at the moment, black has a nice grip on the position with beautiful knights, and in general, I am a little bit biased when I see such a beautiful knight, because not only that being my favorite piece, but also sort of solid structure and lots of interesting ideas.
And one last thing, okay, which year you will go, let's say, backward when they were best, that this match would be one of the best pairings in the world at that moment?
In the world?
In the world, yeah.
Or you mean their prime?
Their prime, okay. And, okay, of course, they were stronger player around them, but when was their prime? What do you think? Which year we will need to go back?
Maybe around 2010.
Okay.
Not earlier, because if I remember, Ivanchuk had, or close to even 2012, because Gelfand played the World Championship match. And Ivanchuk was brilliant in some Olympiad. I'm pretty sure he won individual gold and he was playing brilliant chess. So, I mean, of course, it's possible to go even earlier, let's say late 90s for sure. But it seems to me that Gelfand had some kind of crisis in the early 2000s, 2005, 6, 7, or lack of invitation, and he went below 27, while Ivanchuk was good. So maybe when both of them are peak, let's say late 90s, or around 2010.
We will check this with Dragana. Dragana is always laughing when I say some player, please Dragana check his peak rating, and then I just miss it for 1 or 2 points.
You know for Gelfand?
For Gelfand, I was wrong. For Vasily, it was 2780, I said.
2798?
No, it was 87, I think.
87 for sure, but maybe on the live he was
live,
close.
yes, I know this.
For
Gelfand, I was wrong. I said 20.
What did you say?
I said, I think I said a little bit less than 2770, something like this.
Okay. And
what would you say? I said maybe 2768 or something.
I think he was 2772.
It was 77.
77.
But it's funny because, come on, to be so close. Yeah. So we are chess fans as well, so we know players.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, Alexander, thanks for coming. We will switch back maybe now to women's section. You're always more than welcome, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, let's switch. And Dragana is back. Dragana, how do you find his interview? Or let's say it was more like commentary.
Yeah. It's very nice. It's always nice to hear from our friend Alexander Indjic. And he actually has a very wide knowledge of chess history. He's just, in that way, just a chess lover, chess enthusiast. And I don't know, maybe we should make some kind of quiz or something like that.
Yeah. Cool, very cool. But I think Magnus is also, Vichy is also great, but Magnus is fantastic. He knows everything. Guys, let's switch to women's section. Let's first check the cameras. What do we have there? Okay, players are quite determined. Let's maybe check the moves. So, Zagnize against Batsiashvili. Maybe we should try women's section. You are an expert there.
No, please.
No need? Okay.
No history questions.
Okay. So, anything in chat? Any remarks?
No, I haven't seen any questions,
Okay.
so we can just continue.
Yeah. So once again, Indjic, Serbian Grandmaster. He was #1 at some stage.
Yeah, he has won quite a few individual championships here in Serbia, even I think with Sarana and Pretke, maybe last year it was. So yeah, he's quite strong.
He was around 2640, if I'm not mistaken, some stage. Now he's 2620. Maybe he was even more than that. Okay, now we have Pretke and Sarana playing in Serbian team.
2646 peak rating.
Okay.
Yeah.
So very strong player, and he's resting today. Yesterday, once again, to remind, they were winning against Typhoon, but his last game...
Barely,
Yeah, it was 3-2, and his last game left against Tersha Hayan, and he managed, he was completely lost, but then he was worse, but then in the last moments he spotted this threefold repetition in case...
Hero of the match?
Yeah, in case he didn't, there is this bishop h6 and white is winning. So it was, although white missed it, but it was last moment. It was very tough.
Still, the opponent would get 2 minutes, and it was a time scramble, so it would be even harder to defend. And as you've mentioned in the interview as well, Alexander Indjic was one of the heroes in Budva at the European Team Championship, when they won gold, basically, as they are the reigning champions. And just chess in Serbia went, I believe, a bit more famous than it was, and with a reason. So chess fans, domestic chess fans, should be quite happy and quite proud of their team.
Yeah, let's check what's going on the boards. We have this position which is unclear still, but black seems to be improving. So we left around here, and okay, yeah, that's a mess. Second board, Ziner is worse against Dinara. It was like a very huge success from white side, so the opening was slightly better, but here she missed. Oh, bishop d4, it was a tough decision. And Dinara is outplaying her opponent, Olga. That's a mess. I don't know what's going on, but also it might be solid for both sides. And on the last board, Laura is suffering.
Olivia, are we getting another guest
Yeah, why
now,
not?
or maybe?
Why not? Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Then we have Adela Velikic, actually under pressure, but still surviving. We can also switch cameras a bit to that match. So first board was drawn in Bibisara. You could see now this first match, but we can move on to another one as well. Yeah, that's it. You can see that the first board is empty. On the second board, Adela is under pressure, while Teodora Inec is also under pressure, which is surprising because she's playing against 2200 rated opponents, so the difference is 200. And on the last board, Joka Gal is slightly better, I guess. Hang on, not anymore. It should be, but I'm not sure. Okay, maybe she misplayed it a bit, but still it looks very good. Yeah, we have a guest, so let's switch for a second. Okay, I have a new guest, Jordan. Welcome.
Hi,
You
thank you.
won easily, huh? Today, or how was it?
Yes, yesterday was not the most difficult day, let's say. Of course, after the team lost yesterday, we didn't have the strongest opponents today. But still, you have to show up and win. But I'm happy I managed. I somehow predicted the line my opponent played, and I got a very good position from the opening. I noticed he doesn't play very theoretical stuff, and yeah, if you just continue a little bit forward, I knew that like after bishop f4, bishop commit bishop to h2, like this is already +1 by Arjun, so combined with a big like rating difference, there was not a lot of tension in my game, but still feels good to win always, and I guess there's a lot more interesting games. So we
Yeah,
don't really
let's
need
check.
to,
Let's check. Yeah,
to look at my game.
let's check the match. So Gukesh is playing on the first board.
Yeah.
Pehac is a player. It's really unpredictable. I don't know. He was winning against Andreikin, barely spending a minute after 15 moves. Then he misplayed it. Today he's playing very well.
Yeah.
Have you played against him?
No, but I'm familiar with his games, of course. I mean, he has done some of the more crazy things, you know, opening wise. But I think in this game he was playing pretty normal, right? He was just
Sometimes you got surprised that players are playing normal chess.
yeah. I guess like on a normal day he does something crazy, on a crazy day he does something normal, you know. But today was one of those days where he decided to be solid, I guess. And he's fighting very well. But I mean, I feel like this 8-pawn, you know, for White could give some chances.
Injic was here. He mentioned that he would estimate like 40% to win for White, but then he was calculating a bit, and then he said that it might be even less. But I don't know. It looks scary when you have a pawn around.
Of course, bishop can always come back, but I would say much bigger than 40% chance Gukesh wins. I would say 70% maybe. I mean, I just think like the difference in strengths will at some point show up, let's say.
Start to tell.
Yes.
Yeah, if he somehow can improve his king position, will he improve it or not by h4 or wait with it, g3? I don't know what's...
g3, king g2, and then push a6, and then, I don't know, like, I mean, at some point, this queen and knight can maybe create some attack against the black king.
Yeah, in combination with deflection on the a file, and maybe some, as you said, duo queen and the knight. Yeah.
No, like a6, let's say g3, king g2, and then, I don't know, maybe h4, queen f5, knight e5. I mean, I know it's a lot of moves, but if you can get like something along those lines, I mean, it's an idea. I don't really see how black will improve. You don't want to push c5, you don't want to push d4, because then the pawns just get blocked.
You need to wait maybe with queen and move around.
Queen e4, you just always take with white, and then the a-pawn round. So I think you just wait a bit with black, but then if you cannot make a draw, you know, against these really top guys, like in a forced way, I think at some point.
And go on. When we said you cannot play, then the move, precisely that move comes.
Yeah.
Is this like just some equalizer, or it's a blunder? What's the point here? He maybe missed that after knight comes to d3 that white can sacrifice, and then a6 might not be stopped. Is this a miss, for example? I don't know. Knight somewhere.
Knight. Because
you push. You push. Knight d3. Or is this a draw? Is something forced here?
Well, now it's very forcing. So now it's just a calculation. So black playing
king. You open your, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe g4. Just
g4. I don't know.
Just to get some space.
Yeah. King e7, go here.
But then there's knight f4.
Okay, so king e7, you're right. King g2, bishop moves, king f3.
I mean, I will be worried here with black. I don't know, but maybe.
Is this one falling or not?
Wow.
But this knight goes to b4 in some stage as well.
Well,
the other side.
Check is like his play is completely forced now, right? So he doesn't have too much to think about. So I would say like.
But king now can maybe go this route. I don't know. Maybe it's
right,
late.
But the bishop will keep.
Yeah.
So we have to continue. King f3, king b6, king e4. You have to go bishop g1. Apparently, it's already kind of.
Because of knight c5, at some stage, or no? No, but why not bishop f6? Knight c5 can. You cannot take one bit. Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay, so bishop g4. I'm not sure that he sees this in advance, but.
No, this is already very far down the line. But
yeah.
I mean, this might just be a draw because black will always have counterplay against the b2 pawn if you walk to the.
Okay, but I now start collecting it with my knight. I know. I start targeting one of the pawns.
King b5.
King b5, knight e6.
King b4.
King b4 I take, and
Oh, I'm losing it.
yeah, I don't know.
I see the bar go up.
Yeah, but
Okay, no,
no,
it's
this
pretty
is
tricky,
yeah, it's possible to lose this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, maybe it's 50-50, let's say draw win, something like that.
Let's move on to
Yeah.
your other teammates. We have on the second board, we have Laurušas
I
playing.
was really wondering about Prach, like is he better at all or what is going on?
Yeah, I mentioned before the Stochek might be a player, if you underestimate him, he's a very experienced player. And he was actually, this looks very, very decent for black.
Yeah.
No, not,
Down a pawn, but such a nice structure
Yeah.
and really hard for white to win, I would say.
although Prague you know better than me, but Prague is quite skillful and quite enjoying this type of positions.
Well, if you ever get like knight somewhere, knight b2, a4 or something, that would be nice, I guess. So what if dc4 here? What am I? Mr. Bishop takes d7 and
D7, knight c4, yeah.
So he goes there.
Really hard to say.
Yeah, see, computer wants rook c1, but I mean, that's very difficult because d takes c4, then you move the bishop to c6. I mean,
Normal move here is knight c3, but
yeah, or knight. Is knight b2 crazy?
Knight b2 is
A4.
also-
Knight b2 is very bad, I guess, or not? Oh.
that's typical. You mentioned the move which not be played.
I wanted to say that
No,
I
but
suddenly noticed bishop a3, and
Okay.
then I was like,
Knight-
oh, but then knight d3.
knight v3 and what's wrong?
Yeah, so this
Okay,
makes
still
sense.
pawn up and okay, big chances for to win if you would ask me. It's not easy to. And next board, what do we have on the fourth board in Deak's game? What's going on?
Okay, I guess he'll win. Now, I guess first match is much more interesting. Like, how
Yeah.
is Arjun doing?
Let's check. Okay, so Arjun,
Whoa, Tabatabai already lost?
yeah, he was.
That's why he was looking so upset when I saw it. I didn't realize.
So here, I don't know. You know it better. So
Oh,
at some stage, he was probably surprised.
okay, this bishop e3. Okay,
And he didn't take on b2 or provoke first f4 by bishop e5 to provoke f4 and only take on b2. So he thought that this
Also
is like sort of safe option, but it's not actually. It's lost option.
lost option.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Ouch! Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
a disaster. Yeah.
But yesterday he played fantastic game, and also in analysis what he was showing was everything was correct by the end. So yesterday was fabulous game from his side. Here I don't know this. I was thinking that the point here is to play this d6 and this type of position,
Wow.
maybe pawn down and so on, and playing for compensation. But Arjun just plays knight c3, which Angie says is bad.
Okay.
Bishop c5, a good move, and here he played knight e3. Black should be more than fine, but suddenly the idea is not to make a draw. He doesn't want to make a draw. He moves away.
Sorry, this is all too
Yeah,
complex.
yeah,
for me
yeah,
to
yeah.
understand.
And I don't know. I'm sort of shocked. We can see them on the camera as well. I don't know what's going on, but he's creating chances. Now the position is falling one.
Yeah,
Pawn
very
up.
complicated. Rook f3, can I play rook f3?
Yes, knight will be moved to
Where
c2.
Knight c2, wow, bishop c5? Ah, sorry, then this.
Yeah, taking on e5. I don't know, probably. Rook e5 if I can play or not, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe it's not great, I don't know.
maybe I can go knight c2, bishop b6 or something? I don't know.
Better option probably, but he needs to calculate a lot.
I don't know. This looks really complicated. I would put my money on Arjun just because Andreikin is down to 10 minutes here, and I mean I know Arjun is really strong in these like chaotic wild positions with no like clear plans.
How about I mentioned this, that maybe your matchup in terms of colors was not great because Andreikin is much better when he's white. Some for Max, so I don't know, for Parham is not so important. Maybe he would play similar position like he did, but also I mean on the third board when he's white and black, it's a huge difference. Maybe even in your game when you're white, you would much easily press. I don't know, for Deak maybe it's not so important.
I mean, yeah, maybe you could say that we had, but on the other hand, yeah, I don't know, we just got crushed fair and square, so maybe same would have happened.
Gukesh with white against Andreikin probably would be tough for Andreikin.
I mean, Abdusattorov can also beat Parham with black, I guess, but I mean, it is the way. It is, right?
Yeah.
Nothing to discuss. I mean, actually, we should have lost the match even worse, I would say. I mean, of course, the Parham against Abdusattorov game could easily have been another result there. So
I know that
was almost
that you
impossible, right? Which
don't
is crazy.
don't want to speak about a lot about your game yesterday, but just 1-2 sentences what happened.
Yeah, no, I was basically a complete idiot in the opening. I blundered basically as early as move 6 or 7. First move out of my preparation, and I got like the worst French of all time. Okay, position is not completely losing yet, but just really hard to play. And then I had to spend so much time to not like lose on the spot. I knew my position was bad, but to try and hold on and wait for the time trouble.
And actually you got, but there you also need to stay passive. There is no chance somehow at this time trouble to get him.
I was okay at 1 or 2 moments, but I'm not so used to playing like we were down to increment both of us by move like 23, so we had to move 17 moves on 30 seconds. So it was clear like something is gonna happen, and I know he's more experienced in these time trouble situations. But still, I missed like 1 or 2 chances there, and then he was very, very good. So I cannot say I was super upset, honestly, after that game, just because he played better. I mean, what to say? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if I lose in a stupid way or whatever, I'll be more upset. But here, he just played better, so you can sometimes lose like that. And after the opening, I always knew it was going to be difficult for me. So.
Got it. Here we have one also very funny match duel, like eternal battle, Vasily against Boris.
Oh, but Vasily is being outplayed.
Yes.
I never see Vrnjacka being outplayed. Maybe, against the old generation. This looks really unpleasant.
Yeah, everything is dark.
What can you even do? Like, you have to prepare F3 somehow, but how?
We can get them on camera as well. You could see probably now Vasily with his hands. Yeah, this is typical super focused. And Boris is enjoying. Yeah.
This is a really cool matchup, I have to say.
I said which year Idzic was here. I asked, okay, in which year we should go that they are on their prime. And okay, Boris had some ups and downs, but Vasily was for a long on top. So 20 years ago it would be the same, or maybe even more.
Yeah.
Okay, Jordan, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
See you.
All right. See
Okay,
you next
guys.
time. Bye. Thanks.
So we're having great guests around, the one planned and the ones that are not even planned. But guys, I'm sure that you are very happy to see all of these people in our studio.
Yeah, we got insights from Alkaloid,
Yeah.
second seed. We got insights from Super Chess, first seed. And I'm really respecting how Jordan was praising his opponent, Murzin, a very young player. Yeah. That's really nice behavior. Kudos to him. Let's have a small break and then we will just catch the time trouble.
Stay tuned. See you soon. Welcome back, guys. We are here for the interesting moment. Time travel is approaching and we want to see what's going on.
Yeah, just to add that, Jordan was Magnus Carlsen second in Dubai during World Championship match 21. I was there, so yeah, that's correct. I see that people are writing in chat. Also, he I think has invitation for many others. Top players, because this is a perfectly type of profile you need for your training games. I see that we have a result in Eljanov's game. Let's go with the camera there, and then we can add a board as well. Okay, Vidit has won the game. Oh, fantastic! So yesterday he was on the verge of defeat. Made a draw.
Hold the draw after so many hours.
And now scoring a victory on his birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the best congratulations. And once again, happy birthday. Even opponent has congratulated, obviously. Yeah.
With a gift, huh?
Yeah. So what has happened here? Let me check. So they are moving around. Okay, hang on. Yeah, f4 might be the way, but it's always sharp and tricky. Okay, that was some kind of tactics, some kind of mess, which actually Pavel couldn't handle properly. Takes 93, and he was just okay. Here probably things went out of the control, and yeah, he was just going all in, but was outplayed. Very precise calculation by Vidit, not spending too much time. Yeah, very good result. So Novi Bor seems to be confident, and actually, no matter who is on top, probably they will play against Novi Bor, right? Whoever wins, it's most likely Alkaloid. It will be a tough match for them. Novi Bor is really a tough team. So let's stay with this match for a second. How is Kamer doing? Remember what I said, that Volokitin in team events can be a really tough opponent. There are some players, for example, who are like performing massively, not similar like Firuza did in European Teams 21, how Gukesh and Arjun did it now in Olympiad, but really outperforming. For example, Sargsyan in many Olympiads, European Championship. Volokitin is that type of player. I mentioned this for a few times. So I don't know how is he doing in this tournament. Can you please check? Yes. But now it seems that he's just winning against Kamer, and he's stopping his streak. Actually, we were discussing this, that it will be tough for Kamer, but he has chances to come to
3 out of 4 with 2 draws in the last 2 rounds. A draw with Pavlidis Antonias and with Rajabov yesterday.
Come on, yeah, very good.
Yes.
So what has happened? So we left around here. H6 was played, and Kamer went for it. Sacrifice a piece. Volokitin is fabulous attacker and very good in calculation. He always sits. I think that his father was some kind of wrestling champion. So they were always strong physically. He's physically fit, and he sits. Sometimes he has this facial expression that he's worried, that he's struggling to find the moves. But believe me, he comes up then with fantastic solutions. So he's very strong when it comes to calculations. Okay, so yeah, he handled well this attack. Kamer went all in, and now Volokitin is just winning. But you see, he played it on the last seconds. I know it's very hard. So it's a moment that Vincent starts bluffing, or at least creates something, because his position is lost for white. Piece down, some pawns around, but how do you keep the game going? Of course, this is a try, but it's with a check. There is no way that you play rook d8. So you can start with that. Okay, this will be the move played. With the point, maybe here, there is a chance for some tactics, but I don't see anything. e4 is coming, so even this doesn't work. I'm quite curious to see what will Keimer do. He now is aware that he has misplayed.
And you want to make a quick decision, but not too quick, because there's always this trick of when you're having a huge time difference and your opponent is having severe time trouble and you want to punish it, but suddenly not to hurry too much so that you blunder something in between.
Yeah. Now the point is, when you have this time advantage, the point is that you choose when to stop and when to think. And your opponent needs to be on alert all the time. And okay, this is the only advantage you have, because the position is basically lost for you. So you decide, so you think a bit, then you make a move, trying to find some unexpected moves. And sometimes your opponent, while thinking too much, got confused, forgets what he was up to. And now it's psychological, but Keimer won't make a move so quickly. We can stay with Keimer there. But let's check the other boards in that match. We have on the third board is Chigaev against Hare Krishna, and Hare Krishna has outplayed his opponent. It seems so. So yeah, 2 pawns passes, but he needs to be precise a bit, but he's winning. Gledura against Navarra. Gledura, okay, that's a real mess. Time trouble, very hard to understand. Then we have David Anton. I mentioned that I'm curious to see will Ihor be able to create anything against David Anton, because he's very, very good and solid player. I don't know, it seems not. And okay, Nguyen has managed to outplay Gergely. Okay, they are cruising towards the victory, no matter Keimer's possible loss. And let's check what's Arjun doing. Arjun is putting another miracle. So we left around here. Rook f6, takes, rook to e2. We can also switch camera that you see the Arjun against Andreikin, first match, first board. Arjun was completely winning, but now he has made a mistake and queen c4 was played, and now Arjun has realized that some chance. But what was the point?
What was supposed to be played instead?
Let me think. So if you play this, I come with my queen. What is the point behind? Why queen c4 is now precise? Is there something with... Okay, this is like super subtle. My rook is hanging, and if I move it, only now rook to f6. Why this is so important, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. What is the main? Why this is bad for black, and this is not so bad? Okay, he will collect the a pawn. Maybe this is the difference. So here I'm collecting the a pawn with the queen. I don't know. Is this the idea? But anyway, Dmitry is very long time.
What should have been played instead of queen h4? Queen h6?
Queen, good question. Queen h5. Why? I don't get it. Let's say if I play rook f5. Knight e3. Okay.
And now you have some queen sack somewhere.
Yeah, if you move the queen, no, I just take. So either if you take, I'm getting a beautiful spot, and this my knight will dominate the bishop, and if you run away, I take the rook. Okay, so that was the idea. Vei against Maxodlo is okay. This is not clear what's going on. Still exchange checkers, but white has a good position. I would rather take white. Aravind, he's completely outplaying Sarin, which is a bit surprising. What has happened here? So e6 was played, and now knight to d4, like a best move, and now bishop e6 was needed, or knight e6. No perpetual, and he's crushing.
Look at those monsters.
We can go with the camera there as well. So let's check with the camera. How is that second part of this match going? Yeah, Aravind is just winning.
And you cannot even take the pawn on b2 because of bishop d4, I guess. Will we see a resignation?
Okay, it's very close.
A few more moves, maybe?
But okay, he's a rook down. Fabulous tactics. How was he doing in the first 2 rounds?
Checking right away.
Aravind is not Nihal, but Aravind, yeah.
Nihal has 2.5. And Aravind has 2.5 as well.
Ah, okay, he was...
But he has 2 wins with black pieces.
Yeah, he was struggling with Greenfeld. And basically, he will have probably 3 wins with black pieces, and he was struggling with white against 2450 player. Okay, Alan Greenfeld is much better.
Well,
so rook
amazing
b1 played.
for black pieces, yeah.
Specialist for black pieces. Rook b1, now queen c1, I guess. Queen c1 will be played, and it's funny, for example, when I play queen c1, and you go d1, yeah, and
Bishop
I don't know,
f2?
bishop f2 takes,
It's
yeah,
okay.
queen somewhere, let's say, queen c3, I take on here, and if you go king e2, I can go even queen e5 and collect the guy, but I can just move on, and suddenly your knight is trapped. Anyway, cannot take on c7 because I'm winning.
Dominating position.
Rook b1, we see them on the camera. Tough moment, Nihal is aware what's going on. Will queen c1 be played? 1 minute on the clock. Tactics, yeah. Sharp play sometimes backfires. It came like a boomerang to Nihal. Queen c1, I expect this is usually the move.
Feeling the pressure, obviously.
Okay, bishop d4. It's a mistake. Now white can hold. So that's a mistake. King d1 now
It
is...
looks so natural.
No, queen c1 more looks to the point. I'm quite surprised why he didn't play queen c1, because you must play... Okay. Okay, maybe he was not sure about this. Bishop d1, and when you take that queen g4, okay, that was maybe his worry.
And bishop
And okay, engine plays bishop d4, which is now you need to see that you deflected the queen. Okay, that's tough.
promote, yeah?
No, that's tough. If the bishop d1, but anyway, I would again play maybe queen c3, or now bishop d4. This is possible to see. Queen g4, queen e3. Let me see what's going on after bishop d4. Will Nihal, yeah, king d1, happy. He stood up, showing, showing you missed your chance. Now it's not so winning. Okay, now it's even possible to lose this position, because basically you're playing rook down. That was a Huge upset. We came just at the right moment. Yeah, we're trying to balancing between guests, because I think that you have this first-hand experience and their thoughts and insight is very valuable. But also, yeah, we want to follow games.
Yeah, of course, but even with the guests, you're looking at the positions and analyzing them, but either way, we cannot cover everything, unfortunately.
That's the problem, and especially when we are getting chat delayed.
Yeah.
And you ask us, run to this board.
Unfortunately,
we can run
cannot
with 15 minutes delay.
Yeah.
What fabulous escape by Nihal, and he has always this look. He stares somewhere and looks scary a bit.
And composed in a way.
Now, yeah, it's possible to lose this one, which would be a huge upset for if this happens. What will he play? Let me see. It seems that he's taking either the pawn or a bishop. Pawn or a bishop, hesitating.
Not being sure.
Bishop c6, mistake. Let me see how big. Now maybe, hang on. Is queen e6 now the move? King c2. King c2 winning for white. What?
Just that easy?
Yes, he just said that it's just winning. So king c2, you take on e8, and now probably rook f1 or something. This will be calculated
just like that.
This will be calculated by Nihal. Yeah, chess is really cruel sometimes. You're really playing like a fabulous game. You're burning a lot of time to be able to get a winning position against Nihal, to be able to break through in those lines, those possibilities, big forest of possibilities, and to end up in a winning position, but you don't have time. Your opponent put some resistance, and suddenly you're losing a game.
Brutal, really brutal. And I see Nikola Dimovsky in the behind, being very worried. One of the main guys in Alkaloid Chess Club.
What a game. Now Nihal will relax. So here we expect that he wins, but still is far from over. King c2 played, and if bishop e8 will be played, rook f1, and that's it. Okay, rook f1 is possible to find, because basically you don't need rook any longer. You're controlling the b1 square. You can also. He resigned. Let's go full screen. Have you seen what has happened? Full screen. He was just shaking. Why didn't you play queen c1?
Oh, very tough loss.
Tough loss.
Oof. Okay, so this brings us back to leveling the match. No? Draw?
What?
Wait, I'm seeing a draw as a result.
Maybe he offered a draw.
Is it possible that he offered a draw? Is it possible that this game ended in a draw?
Maybe.
Wait.
But why would he offer a draw? Kings are... No. Kings is on e4, yeah, kings is on e5. So he offered a draw.
I have to check this.
Yeah, it seems that it's a draw. Really? Okay, that's strange, because you have 8 minutes. You can think for that. It seems like we were both experienced a serious pain during the game, so let's finish that together with a draw.
Yeah.
We were suffering for so long, so let's come out of that pain together. I'm shocked.
I'm still waiting for a confirmation just in case.
So what
Even though I believe the arbiter, but
could he miss? So bishop e8. Let's get back the board. And camera we can switch to Gukesh, to Arjun. But okay, if he doesn't see this, okay, that's the reason. He didn't see rook f1, but he has enough. Then it's a draw, I guess. What at least he could have played. So rook f1, it's possible to miss. Takes, oh, okay, bishop e4 is the move, but let's say queen g5, or let's say queen, where should I stop that you, here. Okay, that's a mess. He needs to calculate this.
and basically.
But this is very hard to see.
Oh, bishop
Oof.
g8.
Oof. Taking with the check, check,
Now check.
king
yeah.
g8, check, probably king goes to e7 and now to take. No, this is crazy. But at least
He's way up
8
with
minutes.
time on the clock. I thought that.
No,
he
it's a
might
draw
put some
probably.
pressure.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, really.
Chloe
Hard
fans
moments.
are relieved for sure. Okay, they escaped a tough one here.
Arjun is just winning, so he might cross 2800. That's maybe a moment or not. Hang on, he's not winning any longer, or he's also tough. E3 will be played by Dmitry. E3 is the only move. Okay, it's not so. Okay, if I take on b5, I will get checkmated, I guess. Okay, I won't be checkmated. I can defend. But if I play this way, you take, I go to c7, you can come with the. Okay, why is it important to sacrifice this pawn? I don't get it. If I don't get it. And okay. So the point is, if I push, you take, I go up, you take, sorry, rook b5, thanks. Rook c7, you go there, I don't know, g5 or g4, I double my rooks. Now, probably the point is that I have some check around, but I don't get it. Maybe you cannot run away. Still don't get it. Hang on. So, takes, come here, go back, double, h5. What is the difference? Chess can be really hard sometimes. So rook g5, h4. Why this move is so important? And now I have this type of position. Okay, I give check. You go down.
Or e7. Is this preferable? That you have the rook on g8?
Okay, now I'm threatening. Okay, so you go rook g4, I take. Okay, this is better version, so where they are lost. So rook, so e3, once again, e3 takes, rook c7, rook b5, rook c7, rook, I don't know, g4, check, rook g8 comes here, rook h5. I'm dumb. So the point is that you can come up with this rook. Finally, my idea was connected with the opening the king and some checks over the first two rank. But the point is that you're able to come to the defense with this rook, and now you have this rook h5 move not to get checkmated or at least under pressure over the 7th rank. So that's the point. Sometimes.
Okay, but it's very subtle to
Yes.
see. Okay, and we have a move on the board.
Rook b5, worst move played.
So Arjun is having
Arjun
huge
is winning
chances
now. H4, or rook d8 first. Now he's calculate. He's will play either rook d8, or h4. h4 first, best move.
In many rook endgames, you tend to want to have this f2, g3, h4, right?
Rook g4, rook d8, check, and rook d7. So Andreikin is losing, and we will have 2800 guy
This
around.
is very exciting.
But he won't
moment.
be the youngest ever, right? How old is exactly
Yeah, he
Arjun?
won't be. We were checking this a few days ago.
We were.
Yeah, he is what, 21?
21, yes. So he won't be the youngest. Still Firuza is the guy. I don't know what Gukesh is doing. Let's stay with the camera here, but we might have a 2800.
Yeah, let's have this camera prepared for full screen as well, just in case, even though we won't have the resignation, I believe, so quickly. Still some technique to be shown.
Gukesh, let's check what's he doing. Okay, basically they ended up in similar position. Jordan and me were discussing. Okay, this is tough. I don't believe that Ergus will draw this one. And let's check VE against Parham. What's going on here? He got outplayed, but last seconds. Let's stay here. 2 more moves. He
I was just following. I'm sorry, I was just following Andreikin's expressions. You can see that he realizes that he completely misplayed it.
Yeah, he's dead lost. He will get checkmated. He will get checkmated. He's in despair. The point is here that in Arjun's game you just push. So let's say that I move my rook somewhere. I don't know. Takes, check, and you just push this pawn, and you use this pawn as your helper for a checkmate. That's why h4 is the best move. He is completely aware, and Arjun is aware that he is a new 2800 player. Fabulous.
What a moment.
Okay, he got 2 whites, which was advantage. So yesterday he was white against Predke. Today he's white against Andreikin.
But even so, we mentioned that he was 27.99.6. He could have waited and not played till the end of the tournament, but still he wants to play and wants to fight on the first board and help his team fighting for a medal, maybe even the gold medal, why not? So, yeah, historical moment upcoming.
But I'm also a bit shocked how Parham is doing. So yesterday he's winning. Yesterday he went for a beauty prize.
Yeah.
and got consolidation prize. Instead, lost the game. Crazy stuff. And today he's out playing VE. VE will suffer a second defeat, right?
And let me check. I think that
so
you are
yesterday
correct.
He lost, and I don't know how about first few games.
He had 2.5 out of 3, then he lost to Yakuboev, and today he's on the verge of defeat as well.
Twice you are black, carrying a lot of weight on your shoulders when you need to play twice with black pieces. It seems that Parham is just winning, but now I think he's just reconsidering, and Andreikin in complete despair. He knows that he's getting checkmate and that he will probably resign. So let's get full screen camera there. just to see.
So many emotions. You can see that Arjun cannot wait for the game to be over, and you can see Andreikin in complete despair. Brutal chess, and Arjun being very close to his important historical day. Of course, to be 2800 officially, you need to be rated 2800 on the official list, so still a few more rounds to go, but what a game, what a tournament. They keep on fighting, they keep on showing up, they keep on just playing brilliantly. We're probably seeing the last moments.
Yeah, Andreikin in complete despair. He's ready to resign. Oof, what a moment.
Yeah, yesterday you have such an amazing game versus Gukesh. Today you have some chances versus Arjun, but to play with two youngsters in 2 days, it's such a high level.
Yeah, resignation coming, Parham making his move. The best move, he's getting a half an hour extra. Fantastic game by Parham, but here some resignation is expected. Tough moment for Andreikin. And I don't know, this risk taking, how Arjun was playing, it's really fabulous. I don't know.
The modern chess, as Vishy called it, yeah?
Yeah, if I would play that way, I would just lose. So it's, I don't know, even some stronger players, come on. He's just offering sacrifice, exchange sacrifice. He's offering so much and wins. Unbelievable level, and I'm so surprised how much theory they know. In each line they have idea where to go, what to do.
Encyclopedias, but not the old ones that you just print out and you never update it, but the ones that you just keep on trying to find some new stuff.
Okay, still not resignation. Let's get the board back.
So was this 40th move or 41st?
Okay, still some time needed. So takes, king g8, goes back, king needs to go back, and probably now he just needs to kick the rook somehow.
Yeah, we have a few moves on the board. Maybe we can...
King will come back, and now he's thinking.
Velimir Ivic in the behind.
Yeah, king g2 is probably the move which will be played, and he will start rolling his pawns and attack. Andreikin is completely aware. King g2. King comes to h3. So Parham is winning on the second board, so they will level. But they lost on third board. Let's check the fifth board. Okay, actually they will regret. What has happened? Murzin, another time trouble trick. Hang on, so white was just completely dominating. And then, okay, hang on, around here, actually that game of Sarin might have been a turning point for Turkish Airlines. So here, white must play, ooh, what a decision. to play e4. Okay, see, so he wanted to calculate and to enter the most forcing thing, but suddenly he went to lost position, which Murzin has misplayed it, since he was totally winning. Hang on, yes, and rook e5 was mistake maybe. Okay, he's still slightly better, but it's the draw is most likely now the result. So here we do expect a draw. Okay, although black is pushing, and Ivic on the last board. Okay, normal position. So what does this mean? This means that, yeah, they will miss. So if Parham wins against VE, that means the Volodar Murzin needs to win against Narayanan. And if Nihal has won that one, they would level the match.
Very interesting chess, very interesting matches. Turkish Airlines has pulled a miracle yesterday, but very unfortunate today. They're playing in 2 days the 2 top seeds, not easy matches, and no room for error. We have only 2 more rounds left. We can see the despair.
Yeah.
It's so brutal. Chess can be so brutal, as we've mentioned. So
yeah,
many.
Because you are fighting like a lion for 4 hours, and then suddenly one mistake, and basically that's over on this level. Because he knows what was happening in the position. He knows that he was standing. His position was very good. He knows that he could have played better in some moments, and it's very tough for him. Yeah, it's hard to be first board, huh? When you're playing against that type of players, exploiting a single mistake.
Yes, some top-notch chess.
Wei is trying to keep the game going, but it's quite bad. We will stay with the camera here. What was happening in the Kamer game? Unfortunately, we cannot follow all those things. So knight g4, yeah, king g1 played as I expected, and then takes. Okay, he made a move which is sort of logical, not to stay with queens on the board, but he misplayed it a bit. It seems that Kamer is saving himself in totally lost position. Now it won't be easy to win this one. Because, for example, what will we get? We will get this type of position. I don't know, b takes e5, rook takes e5, I don't know, bishop somewhere. And let's say like this position. And it will be a draw. Maybe even g5 immediately. Okay, rook and a bishop will still happen, but at least the worst is over. Chigaev, what's going on here? Yeah, king is running, it seems so. King will hide on d1. Black is also on the move. Yeah, this I think is just lost.
No worries here, yeah.
Okay, maybe some precision is still needed, but it looks like winning for black. Gledura has outplayed, or not, has outplayed Navarra. It seems so. So what's the threat? Hang on, so if king comes to f2, e2, king to e2, rook d5, and the pawn is just marching. David seems to be losing. What does this mean for the match? So Vidit has won. Gledura will equalize. Samunenko got outplayed by David Anton. Yeah, David is winning. So Novi Bor is winning. They are not in any danger. And also they might win even on the last board. Ivanchuk has managed to equalize against, or at least to solve opening problems, or middle game problems. I saw Rothstein and Maurizi, they were chatting. Rothstein won, not a great shape for Maurizi. Let's see Lagarde. Okay, Lagarde has made a draw, that means that he won't be able to have a perfect, perfect score. Gukesh. Okay, he's putting some pressure, but the time. Okay, we have a result. I see that Gurel has made a draw. Yeah. Let me check that.
Yes, it's a draw. So Alkaloid leading 2-1 so far.
So Abdusatorov is pushing against Laurushas. Prach has won the game. How? What has happened? We left around here. Hang on, F4.
This is the first win for Prague at this tournament. So he's coming back up.
Second win.
Second?
Yeah, I think in second round he won the game.
Let me check. Yeah, in third round, yeah. I forgot about this one.
It was a draw, and then suddenly he misplayed it. A4 was allowed. Oh. Checkmate. So basically, from here, that's tough. So you're playing a line where you see that you might liquidate or exchange something or get bet upon, so you stop your suffering, because basically here you will be always a pawn down and you are suffering. So you are calculating long line, trying to stop immediately to kill the game. But the problem is, it's in this type of positions, it's possible that you blunder something in process. And take a look what has happened. Bishop b2, a4. He was seeing this, and he spotted knight a4, that everything is okay. It is, except white has this move knight c6 and white wins, because if you go rook a8, I come with my rook, you move and checkmate in motif. Yeah, it's you don't believe in this position that there is a checkmate net. How? Let's say around here. You don't believe that you can be checkmated, or at least you see it
so far away. Yeah.
And suddenly it arrives. So Prague was lucky today. In the end,
he saw something more than
it was a bit lucky to not to I would say not to play this game for hour, in terms of that.
We can say that.
That he finished his game much quicker than expected. Maybe Gukesh could have been the same, but Gukesh is suffering, trying to win, while Prague has left the building. So this is actually the difference when your opponent blunders, so at least saves some time. So Sidarov has won. Deak is pushing. Okay, if they win on the first board, they might win with maximum result. Korobov has won, Emrejansk has won.
Andreikin just made a move.
Okay, I saw that.
I thought that he was stopping the clock.
Kadric won against Pretke.
Oh.
Nice c3 played. Okay, interesting by Pretke. So he wants to trick him somehow. It was London. Collecting the pawn. Okay, that was a mess. White was better. Misplayed it. Dennis is very good in calculation. He was always, when he was young, I know him when he was like 10 years old. So he was always good in calculation, having a dubious repertoire, but then he added he had a pierce defense. Yeah, here he just...
And he won this year the bronze medal in the European.
Yeah, in Zagreb, in Croatia, yeah.
Yeah.
So tennis, yeah, to win against Predke with black, very good.
Kudos. Yeah.
I don't know about his career high, but I would say 20.
Another guess?
26-10.
Let's see. 26-1. Actually.
I'm giving him bonus. I know him, so that's why.
Bias bonus. Yeah,
I gave him bonus. Yeah. Okay. Let's check. Andreikin is walking, so let's stick to Gukesh. Let's stay with the camera, but we can switch to Gukesh. Any result in women's section?
A lot of results actually. Yeah. On the first match, we have a draw on the second board. Dinara Wagner.
Wagner has made a draw. Okay, I need to check that. Let me check, because she was just sort of outplaying completely her opponent around here. Okay, so she allowed e5, which probably was coming anyway, but e4 maybe was not necessary. Yeah, but it's also loggy, so yeah, it's good. g4. Interesting move. Okay, she wanted to play bishop g3 or bishop h or h4, g5 at some stage to conquer the d5 square, but okay, bishop c5. Some concession, but okay. Yeah, she actually just misplayed it. Very good result for Zhu, because she was not doing great. How about other results?
The second match is already finished. Crvena Zvezda suffered the minimum loss from Garuda Aika. Adela didn't get to hold versus Divya. So we had a draw on the first board between Alina Bivol and Bibisara. Then on third and fourth board, we had wins for Garuda Aika, actually for Todora Injac and Joka Gal.
So Joka Gal, hang on, Todora Injac has won. No, she lost. She was black. She lost against 200. And I think that Joka Gal won.
Wrong result?
Yeah. Yeah, she lost. And Joka Gal won on the last board.
Todora lost?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
against
so this is a huge upset, actually.
2200. And actually here, Joka Gal was under heavy pressure at some stage. Not around here, but... Yeah, around here. But managed to win this one. Something else?
Something else, Serbium Sremska Mitrovica is leading 3-0. The only game still going on is Lilja Drljević versus Nurgul Salimova. Nurgul still having some trouble versus some weaker opponents. Yesterday she suffered a tough loss from Adela. Today she's playing with another Serbian woman international master, Lilja Drljević.
Yeah, I need to interrupt her now. I think we will have a resignation. We can go full screen, because now H7 is coming and we can have a full screen of that camera. Now it's obvious, it's checkmate. H7 is coming and you cannot stop the checkmate. So, is Andreikin ready? There was some kind of old sayings that the guy who is not resigning, he said, I did it for my team. I don't know for whom, maybe for spectators at the stadium who will see, the game is still in progress. But basically, yeah, I think Andreikin is now just thinking about other stuff than his position.
And Arjun nervously walking around just wanting this to be over. And
Yeah,
for
he
him
won
to
the race.
officially-
He won the race. Congratulations.
Yes.
He won the race against Gukesh, but Gukesh still can win other race.
Yes, the youngest one.
Yes.
And the world champion
Exactly.
one, of course, the most
so
important
it's cool
one, yeah.
that we have both, because if Gukesh has won the game and the race, then Arjun would have nothing to run for. So here, always saying that we will have a resignation, and still there is not. Okay, h7 just stops the game. Anyway, h7, just push the pawn.
Tough last moments. Andreikin standing up once again.
He's checking the result of the match. He understands that he will resign. h7 will be played, pawn will be pushed. Yes.
h7 on the board.
And
Will this be the last move?
for the fifth time I'm saying that he will resign. Okay,
Yes.
we got the resignation.
Resignation.
Congratulations to Arjun. Big result, big moment. He has crossed 2800.
Arjun Erigaisi, 2800 plus officially live.
Yeah, now he doesn't need to round it. He doesn't need to. Yeah. But okay, there is still
Historical
another
moment.
race. Yeah, to have published 2800.
Yes, of course. This is even more important. But Indian fans can be so happy. All of the youngsters fans can be so happy as well. Maybe he's not as young as Gukesh, but he still is part of the younger generation. So this is a great moment for Erigaisi, a great moment for chess, a great moment for India as well.
Fantastic. I'm shocked how he won the game, and now I'm thinking about it more.
Yes, and
Is
now
he coming?
that's what I wanted to ask.
Hopefully
The
we will
second
get him.
question, the second most important question, is he coming to the studio now?
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let me check what's going on in other games. Has something changed in Maxodlo against Veyi? Okay, he's moving back and forth. He took on a6, another bishop, so actually it's 2 pawns up, but black will now start somehow to threaten the white king, but it's probably just game over. Although after yesterday's experience, Parham will just think, and
Try to go for the beauty prize once again, yeah?
no, just to be careful that everything is going underway. So it's a moment to check, is Murzin capable to win this one? Okay, it's possible to lose it. It's possible.
For example, how?
I don't know, some bishop will come to the diagonal and he will start rolling his pawns. King a6, b6, c5, and okay. It's very drawish, but it's possible to lose it. It's not like 100% draw. Yeah, few percentage, maybe 5%, not more, but it's possible. Of course, it's not dead draw that white doesn't need to do anything.
Still something to play for.
Yeah, you need to play. You cannot just sit on your position. It's not some kind of blockade where you just wait. Keimer has saved himself. And basically, he will end up in a rook and a bishop against the rook, similar like Tsolakidu against Goryachkina, but he might stick to his pawn. Hare Krishna has won, Gledura has won. We can switch the camera a bit now around one by one, so you can see what's left. While I'm checking let's check without the board. Let's do it. So it's Murzin against Narayanan. So we can see where he's standing, but basically for him, he understands that he's totally lost. Let's move on with another cameras. That's first match, so let's move on. That's woman section, but let's stay in open section for a while. Yeah, that's Kamer. Let's see that camera. We see Volokitin. Ivan Sokolov right behind. Kamer is happy how he survived, I guess. Whom else do you see? Do you spot some faces, familiar faces around? It's hard.
I need to put on my glasses. Wait, the old granny needs to put her glasses on.
Deak is right on our right, sitting. And yeah, not many familiar faces if you would ask me. Okay, let's move on with the camera. Let's see Ivanchuk against Gelfand. Yeah. Here we see Fressinet on the left. Lagarde is Darda, right? It's Darda next to Fressinet. Boris Gelfand is walking around. So Ivanchuk is thinking. Ivanchuk is preparing himself to make a move. Then let's move on. We have Gukesh. Yeah, okay, this match is still sort of in progress. Avdo Satorov is pushing. Laurusha's not so happy with the position, obviously. Okay, let's check women's section cameras, and then we will check the boards. So Batsiashvili is still playing. Move on. Second part of the match, game still in progress.
Medelka Laura.
Yes, and we have Salimova in the next.
This is the finished match.
And we have one more. Okay, let's go by the camera one by one. Let's stay in women's section. Let's go to the first board.
But I think that maybe you might want to make a break with the moves.
Okay.
Because we have the most special guest that we can have in the moment. So guys, get ready. Because we are having the new live 2800 guest.
Yeah, she's just coming, so we will prepare. We'll leave you with the camera of open section or bird view, and then we will have a guest. And we are back, special guest, the star at the moment. Congratulations, Arjun, 2800, fantastic achievement. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels good. Like not particularly because of 2800, but because I won the game against a stronger player, and 2800 is like an added bonus.
Okay, now people will say it should be published, so you will raise a little bit more. But anyway, I guess you're quite happy how it went. Let's check the game. From my point as a commentator, was very tough, very complicated.
Yeah, it was indeed very complicated game. There were many critical moments. Yeah, we can go to.
Yes, let's go. So, okay, you were blitzing those. That was expected, or because he plays also e5.
Yeah, he plays a lot of lines, so like I checked everything briefly.
Okay, so that was blitzed. You were blitzing those moves, sort of, and then came this moment. You push c4, cd. I thought that your idea is to play d6. That was I was commentating,
Yeah,
and to have this type of position.
yeah, I saw this exists, but when I saw knight c3, I got a bit too excited and I played it.
So it was not prepared.
No, this was not prepared.
Okay. Anand was here in the studio, and we were joking a bit how somehow you just play, you take risks. It was not something they were doing this before in his time. So knight c3 was over the board inspiration, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was sort of reacting fast,
He took his time, I think, which was a
Yes.
right decision, and he found the best continuation. And after the ed5,
So he played just a sec, so I lost it. So knight c3, d5, knight d5, bishop c5, castle,
and this
everything.
is a very good continuation. And at this point, I was really regretting not playing d6.
d6.
And I thought I could even be slightly worse here.
Okay, you played knight e3.
Yeah, and so when I was thinking here, I thought I was worse. And then between knight c3 and knight e3, I felt knight e3 was better. And after I played it, I realized it's not so simple for him because now bishop h7 is a threat. And
Yeah, because you can of course play bishop s7, queen h5 at some stage, but it doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
So queen h5.
And here queen h5 means a lot because if he goes h6, I can go queen g6.
Yeah.
And then I get queen h7. So he played g6, bishop
You
g6,
took, and he played queen e7.
bishop e4.
Yes.
And
And he
yeah, here
played.
one of his options was to take the exchange, but
Okay.
I have very good compensation. I have one pawn and his king is weak, his pawn on e5 is not great.
Yeah, engine usually fight in this type of position, but for human it's quite hard, right?
Yeah.
To play this with black.
Yeah, of course it's playable, but white's play is much easier.
So here I was curious, what
Yeah, I
some
was
details
also
started. Why rook
expecting
f4 is important? What?
So he basically wants to tell me that he doesn't want to give up his bishop for the rook. And yeah, I was also expecting rook
I
f4.
was showing some line, for example, if you go knight d5, bishop d5, bishop b5,
In
king
hindsight, I should have
h8,
done
and let's say g3, that he has this type of things to make a draw,
No, here this,
and takes, and bishop queen c5 at the end. I thought that
yeah,
this type
there was many executions of this. So maybe you can give me the mouse and I can
yeah, sure.
the lines. So yeah, here one of the things was rook f2, bishop f2, but I can just go king g2, and my king is very safe with ideas like bishop e4, rook c1 or rook f1. His king is very weak. So although the material count is equal, this is trouble for him, I thought. And if he moves the rook, now I can go rook a2, I protect this, and my bishop will get the e4 square. And g3 is important here because if I go rook a2 directly, now he goes queen c5 and I can no longer play this. It's very important to kick the rook first. But the reason I didn't go for this was after g3 he takes on a1, gf4, bishop d4, and I didn't believe this is a lot of chances. And when I played bishop d5, I was liking my position, but then I realized he can take, and he had this very good move, rook f7. So the point is, if I take on e5, now there's not much attack because the bishops are traded. and otherwise he's threatening to trade the bishops. And if I come back, it's very similar to the position, but the rook was on f8, now it's on f7. So that makes a huge difference because h7 is protected, b7 is protected. So his queen is free, he can go queen f6, and I thought this could even be slightly worrisome for me. So here I thought I should try to bail out with this. But
it's hard to move the pawns, right?
Yeah. I think he missed rook f7 in this line, which is critical in my opinion. If not for that, it's very awkward to defend the e5 pawn. And he played this, and I was pleasantly surprised to see this. And to be honest, I thought I was doing quite well. I do see that the engine says it's equal. And yeah, this was one critical moment. I thought he could go for queen b3. So when I went for this, I thought I can go knight c2. But what I did not realize was he can take, bishop f2, rook f2, and he has this intermediate queen b1 check.
And he takes.
Yeah, he takes with a check, and yeah, this is a drawn endgame. If he doesn't do queen b1, then there is queen e5, and I thought this is some pressure. So yeah, b6 was definitely a mistake. And if bishop c5, I take the pawn and then get this knight back to e3. And yeah, at this point I could feel that I'm much better, like with this bishop here, there's no compensation for the pawn. And I was trying to consolidate by getting my queen to e4. And here he played some tricky moves. Here I guess I should have been more careful and played queen h5. I played queen h6, intending to keep an eye on this rook.
Yeah, he was happy when he made queen c4.
Yeah, queen c4 was a very strong move.
Yeah, and then he's targeting. The point is he targets a4 or.
Exactly. So now the point is, I can go rook d2 or rook e1 or queen h5, and then this rook moves rook to f6, attacks my queen, and just takes this pawn. So suddenly his king is safe, and he gets back this pawn. I played queen h5, and I think after rook f3 I'm not even better. I was very worried of this. But I was extremely happy to see rook f5.
He missed it, yeah?
Yeah. No, I think he thought this is fine because he got his pawn back at the end of this line. But his rooks are a bit awkward now. And I thought maybe he should go rook g5 and try to consolidate. e4 was a bit too slow, I would say, because his king is very weak. And
yeah, now this was the moment I was showing to the viewers that I was trying to figure out. The point is that he could bring another rook to save it.
Actually he was about to push e3, but then he changed his mind. I'm not sure why. But it does look scary. There are these lines with rook d8, king g7, rook c7, king f6. Sorry, not like this. Rook c8, king g7, rook d7, king f6, rook c6, something like this. With this hanging, but yeah, probably he has enough counterplay with him, rook a1, rook a2 stuff. But yeah, I think
now is dead loss.
Yeah, because rook g5 is the only move. I get h4 with a tempo because this is useful for h5, h6 mating.
Checkmate, yeah.
And he basically is so tied up because this rook can never come back to the back rank. Even if it comes back, it's still lost, but it doesn't even reach there. So yeah, I have a simple plan to push this or to attack this rook and border it. And he played this because in this position, if I go king h4, he wants to meet it with rook b5. But now I just push h6 and I go h7. And
you cannot take the pawn because of checkmate, and yeah.
Yeah, and there's this line, but if he goes rook d5, there's rook c8 mate, and if he goes rook c5, there's rook d8 mate.
Yeah. What do you think? Because you're doing really well. Though sometimes, actually, people got worried in position. What you're up to, and maybe sometimes even if you make mistake, they're not sure what you are doing. So you have this self-confidence, which shows it has. How was your games? I mean, there was a roller coaster in the first round. Yesterday you were pushing a lot, but it was not enough.
Yeah, first round was certainly tough, but I was very pleasantly surprised to see he resigned in that final position.
What was the reason? He missed that queen d7 is check, or what? Or he thought that there is no defense?
Yeah, he just missed queen d7 existence, and But by then I was already happy because earlier I was even worse with no counterplay if he did not take FG4. And
did you spot this knight g1, this crazy stuff in the end?
knight g1, no, I did not.
You would,
I saw until the GL.
Okay. And yesterday's round against Bredke, yesterday's game?
Yeah, that was a complicated one. I thought I had many chances, but it turned out not as many as I thought during the game. And in the end, even he could push for the win, but maybe he didn't want to risk it.
Okay, Arjun, thanks for coming. Chat is screaming, viewers are always with that you will cross 28. There are a lot of Indian fans, so we are happy that you joined us.
Thank you.
Yeah, and good luck.
Thank you
in your
everyone
next.
for watching.
Okay, guys, let's move on. And we are back. You know what I realized, Dragana, that chess is like easy game, simple game. You play this, you play that, and you're 2800.
So we're just leaving the stream now. We're going on to play the next tournament, and then we come back as
I
well.
don't know.
2800.
I was playing this with those woods for a while, and it was so complicated, so tough. And suddenly I hear that I go this, I go there, and
It's just so calm, so easy.
fantastic.
So peaceful.
I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed. Yeah,
No problem.
So impressed, and big kudos to him. Also, what Andreikin was doing. You see that how he praised Andreikin about finding the best defense and so on. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, what's going on, because sometimes I think that they prepared everything. But
for example, knight c3, we thought that it was a preparation, but he said that it was just an inspiration over the board.
There are some players who likes to hide everything.
That could also be true.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes Aronian was bluffing a bit in his press conferences, but I understand this as well. But yeah, I'm not saying that this is the case this time. But yeah, I was expecting some top-level, top-notch preparation, and suddenly it was inspiration. Yeah, bravo.
Yeah.
Big kudos to him.
Big congratulations, and I believe that this will stay written in Alkaloid's chess history as well.
Yeah.
Their first board reached 2800.
And also European Club Cup. How I remember that Firuza has crossed 2800 at the European Teams 21. Now I will remember this moment as well.
So maybe you need to start commentating more European.
No, I will lose the job. Have you seen guys? You saw guys how he was making errors and everything. So easily throwing lines and everything. So yeah, I might lose a job as well.
Keep on commentating so that more guys cross 2800.
Okay.
Because you had Firuza.
Okay, speaking about the crossing 28, let's check how Gukesh is doing. He has lost, let's see the board, let's see the camera. He has lost some points in the meantime, but is he ready to win? It seems that he will make a draw. This will be a tough blow for him. Before the World Championship match, you seemed like, I don't know, yeah, you seem like no one could ever invisible, do anything against your way of playing chess and so on, and suddenly, yeah, your invisibility is gone. So it will be a bit tough for him, but what will happen? Probably in the last round he will be faced. Okay, not probably. There is a chance that he will be faced against Arjun. Yeah, so that would be interesting
A
to
big
follow.
test.
Yeah.
And probably this is the last tournament he's playing prior to the
Yeah, for sure.
championship, right?
Yeah, I don't believe that anything except some.
So maybe it's even possible that the last classical game before the championship match is exactly against Arjun.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see, yeah?
Yes.
biggest test.
Always something interesting. So why this is drawn? Because there is no way that you collect the pawn, that you build a bridge, a wall, and then you promote. So many factors. I think that, let's say that Black can just even lose maybe some time, but it's a draw. Knight g7, king f4. Okay. Maybe it's only one route. Hang on. No, now you cannot take on f. You will take, and I wait. I don't know, this way. Okay, still it's possible to lose. Wait, and you cannot transfer the knight to g7. I'm just checking how bad you should play to end up losing, or you need to be super precise. Okay, of course, king f8, I could have played it before, and there is no progress.
Yeah, seems to be an easy draw.
Okay, yeah. The game will last, but tremendous play by Jergus.
Yes, this would be a huge point for him. Half a point, of course. In the meantime, we have 2 draws on the first 2 boards in Typhoon versus Super Chess in women's section. So the match is still level. Just sharing the results.
Okay, and open section?
Open section was going on. Alkaloid is leading 3-2, and we have
Murzin still playing.
Murzin still playing. Novibor is leading 3-1. Kamer still playing versus Volokitin.
But Kamer ended up in better version. He will be rook and a bishop, rook and a knight against the rook, not rook and a bishop. Much better version, much easier to draw.
And we have the last board still playing, where white is pushing.
Yeah, in Antal, in Nguyen against Antal.
Yeah, and they only need half a point to score the match win.
Ivan Chugelfant still in
going
progress.
on, yeah.
Yeah.
Fresine still playing. Daniel Darda versus Evgeny Zanan still playing. Lagarde made a draw, and Christian Bauer made a draw.
Christian Bauer
won.
Yeah. And Super Chess, so they are.
Super Chess are leading 3-0.
Abdusattarov is winning. Deak is winning, and only Gukesh is struggling to score a victory.
But it should be a high win either way.
Yeah, I agree.
Pending Chess Sport Club versus Mai, leading 3-1. We have through 2 draws. Rajabov made a draw versus Bryakin. And we had the draw on the first board, which we already knew of. Korobov won. Abbasov is still playing with Vladimir Lokovic. Stefan Tadic lost, and Sua Katalik still playing.
How is Sua doing? Because
look at this position; it's very interesting.
He's playing against Isik. Okay, let's run that. I love this type of positions. So let's get a board on that game. Where is Suat? He's playing against Isik, John, and he's actually. You remember what I was saying? I'm teaching my students. So, if you just need to know one position. For example, let's say like this. If in this position white is on the move, white wins by checking. If black is on the move, black draws. So when you're running, you need to have this this situation in your mind. If king comes in cross, king wins. So here, okay, here white pushes, you come. Also, it's possible to shoulder. They call shouldering. So h4, come, let's count. King f4 was better, but let's say king g4, king here, here. Rook takes. The problem is, so this is a draw. So here, white here in this position. So if we start, king c6, h4, king d5. Possible is to play h3 first. This is the shouldering when you're not allowing your opponent king. But it's possible to play king g4, king e4, h3. If takes, there is no need. But king g3 draws, and king f1. You just need to stay out of your pawn walking.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a result.
Okay, Gukesh, let's go full screen there. Let's see the camera. Very tough tournament for Gukesh.
It's draw, guys. Yesterday, Gukesh suffered a tough loss from Andreikin. Andreikin was the one playing with Arjun today. Funny turn of events. Yeah, we have two draws. He had a draw versus Rauf Mamedov as well, even though he started the tournament quite nicely with 2 swift wins. But of course, this doesn't have to mean anything. He can have beautiful 2 wins till the end of the tournament. And we all know that his main focus is on the World Championship. So this is just warming up.
Yeah. Kudos to Pehac, because to play that type of position against Gukesh and to save it, it's fabulous, tremendous effort. Yeah, let's have a board back. So here, as I said, this is drawn because black is on time. I wanted to say that Suat is playing against Isik. Isik, someone said that he was playing professionally tennis.
How?
Like 14, 15 years old. He looks like very fit. He's quite
Okay.
young. So he might be the guy to watch out if you are Sébastien Mazet, my dear friend from France, or my other colleagues, friends, Ante Brkic, who plays tennis, Laurent Fressinet, and me, myself, and so on. Yeah.
I just wanted to
People
quickly...
are watching chat, I guess, now Arjun's interview.
Yep.
Yeah, great to have him in studio. Next time, hopefully he will come as well. Some other players we still... Okay, we will try to get into the studio. Fantastic stuff for Parham. As I said, some of the players would really suffer. Maybe even ask, Captain, can I rest today? But he just won against Vei after yesterday loss. So how strong is he if he's the guy who can win in this situation against Vei, 27-63,
yeah.
and the guy who can outplay Abdusattorov, who never loses with black? How strong is that guy?
Incredible. And
This guy
incredible
is
mental strength.
yeah, Parham is maybe, I think what helps him like this Global Chess League, to be around top players, to see how they are doing, to see that he can be close and closer to them. So I think that experience is very useful for him. Very dangerous player, the most entertaining player. Take a look at his games, fabulous game. Richard Rapport was playing that type of chess previously. Mamedyarov, whom else? Some players were having this style, but he's now like, one of the last Mohicans, I would say. So big kudos.
Yesterday,
Big kudos
today
kudos to Parham. Congratulations. Super entertaining chess. Yeah, Nakamura was playing at some stage this type of chess, but he switched now to a little bit more sound, positional. But there are some players, for example, if you open me federating list, like top players. I can tell you, for example, a few names. Yeah, so Nakamura before, who is, okay, could you go
So
down?
I'm sorry, basically with today's win, Erigaisi would be number 2 on the live rating list.
Yeah. Go down a bit. Who is playing Manjaro, of course, as I mentioned. Go down. Rapport, I mentioned. Okay, Shiro, of course. Shiro was at one stage the most entertaining player. Dubov sometimes was playing, but not on this type differently. He's much more solid. Whom else do we have? Okay, not many. Basically, players are having this solid, more solid style. So for the moment, he's, for sure the most entertaining player in the circuit. I don't see it. Okay, Shiro is now number 73, 26.55, but yeah, Alexei is one of those for sure. But yeah, Parham is the guy. I love the way how he plays. So, what else do we have? Any question in chat?
No, just excitement.
Congrats.
Yeah, pure joy for the Indian fans.
So, whom else do we have still playing? Let's check camera. Second camera, where we have Murzin pushing for a while, but I don't see a big threat to Narayanan. We can see Murzin walking a bit. Okay, rook's endgame possible to lose, but so what's going on? If you come up, I guess I push. That this is the idea. Okay, a4 immediately stops it. So I need to somehow first play rook e4. You wait. I start rolling, and you might even allow this. There is no improvement. I don't see any improvement for Murzin. Murzin will regret this because he was sort of winning after a lousy played opening. Volokitin against Kamer. No, not much is happening. We can check the camera as well from that game. It's Novi Bor, our second match. Yeah, now we have it. So as I mentioned, in my practice, I never experienced rook and a bishop against the rook, but rook and a knight against rook like 10 times. Never won it, never lost it. I was playing for 50 moves, but nothing was happening. Although it's possible to lose. I think that Judith Polgar lost it against Kasparov, and there were some issues. Okay, depends where your king is from the beginning. That's something which can happen if you have immediately king cutted on the last rank on the edge. Yeah, but it's not easy to create anything. Kamer will draw this one, and here Nguyen is pushing and probably just winning against Antal.
I just wanted to give a shout out to. Okay, we mentioned Denis Kadric that he has won versus Alexander Pretke, but Luka Drašković as well on board number 3. He has won versus.
Okay, Biere, are you sure?
Or am I just seeing wrong results again?
Yeah, when you open this multi-screen, it doesn't like you somehow. Yeah.
Okay, always it's not my day today.
Come on, mistakes are always.
And I was so
normal.
happy for Luka, and now.
And,
yeah. Okay.
Now we can congratulate Jonas.
Yeah. Okay. But we had a draw on the second board, Nikita Petrov versus Yakuboev, and a draw on fifth board, Marko Krivokapic versus
He's
Ante
made a draw against my friend Ante Brkic. Let me check this.
With the draw, I cannot.
We were playing darts last night.
So he was not preparing.
And it was a double in, double out. and you cannot enter if you don't shoot throw double. So double in is tricky. Okay, double out at least, but here you cannot enter, and the guy is just coming from we were playing 301. So the guy is already on 200, 150, and you still haven't started your race. And I think he won once. I won. I'm not sure. I think I won once. He won. He and some others were there. Double out.
Okay, so interesting preparation.
Yeah, I like darts. Luke Littler, Humphreys, and yeah, I like them. That sport to follow. World Championship, and I think some chess players were visiting. I know Mazet was visiting finals. Usually it's in London, and you cannot get tickets. People are following, drinking, joking, and when it's 160, then it's always 180. Then it's always a scream. So Suat has made a draw. How? Yeah, as I said, now we have that position where H2 was played, and it's just a draw. How Brkic has drawn his game, let me check. Where is Ante? He was playing really well a few months ago, 26-40, 7 something, entering top 100 for the first time, but somehow last 2-3 tournaments he's not doing great. Okay, white is better here, although usually king is in castle and you start rolling this attack when your king is in a long castle. So this might not be the okay. Basically he was just lost, dead lost. Yeah. His opponent blundered bishop g6. Really? Yeah, I think he just forgot about bishop g6, because better is of course to sacrifice back the exchange. So he played rook e7, bishop g6. I don't get it. And it was a draw. Hang on. Yeah. It was drawn. Very strange game. So let me check how he started this launch without going for a long castle. Okay, h5. Why? So he was forced to castle short, because if he castles long, then b4 comes. But maybe he should have waited for a while, but I don't know how. Yeah, tough game. What do we have left? We have French team. We have Ivanchuk has made a draw. Do we have a camera there on that match? They just left. No, it's already. No, not that camera. We're waiting the camera. Yeah, this one. But they are gone.
Maybe he's in the back, I think.
Okay, the game is over. It was drawn. So Fres is on second board. Let's see what Fres is doing. Fres is doing Fres style, outplaying his opponent. He's very patient, very skillful in just squeezing and gaining the advantage. And we have Darda, who is winning, rook up. Yeah. He's just winning. Gukesh has made a draw. Nordirbeck is. Okay, that's some kind of trick. Rook d5, knight d4. Hang on. Let me calculate for a second. Okay, this was some kind of trick. Actually, that was missed, because he was checking. Let's go with the camera to this match, to Super Chess team. Yeah. So that was his trick. Nice trick. So basically, if you take, I'm playing a4. But that's very nice. If you take, I play a4 and your knight is falling. But I play rook g6. Usually when people are lost, they are seeing more motives. King a5, and only now I yes, and now rook b5. Beautiful tactics. And if you take, it's not easy to win. So let me calculate. Do I have something in between? Not clear.
You thought some e2 maybe? Or?
Yeah, I was thinking, is there any chance to exploit it differently? If I go e2, you just play king f2. I don't believe this is a move. I was thinking rook f2. You go king g1. And now some stuff with f3. No, now he needs to calculate. Whenever he takes, knight goes to d4, but probably this is the right way. Very complicated. If I go f3, you give check. I don't know. Maybe I should just penetrate. But this is not easy. That's not easy to win at all. You can easily go wrong. Fantastic resource by white. Phenomenal resource. Tremendous trick. Because everything you just win. But okay, white is winning. Black is probably winning, but at least you managed to upset your opponent. So king d4, king d3. Because if without that move, it's just rook endgame with 3 pawns up. So at least, yeah, at least it's a trick. You're okay. King e4 played. Anyway, king d3 will be played. Every day we are getting question why Erik Hansen was not invited to this tournament. Last year he was playing for Super Chess, for Offerspiel winners. This year they are not present. I saw Sadvani around, but not playing for anyone. Tari is not here, of course. Magnus, whom else? Yeah, because there are some requirements that you play for that club in national team at least 1 or 2 games. I think it's 2 games. And if you want to bring some other player, you need to pay, especially if it's more than 2,700 player and so on.
There are some fees, yeah, if you do not follow it, some big fees, but it's still possible to do it. Depends how much money you want to spend, but yeah, of course, it's the easiest way is to just follow the rules.
Can you open live 2,700? Let's see what's going on. So we have Magnus 2830, we have Caruana 2805, Arjun 2802.
Okay, so he's still at number 3.
Yes, Nakamura 28. So Arjun has overtaken Nakamura.
Yeah, okay, I was looking at the FIDE list, the official list, and of course Caruana was playing, so his live rating is higher than Arjun's currently.
Bukesh is 2788, Abdusatorov is 2782, but if he wins this one, he will collect something. Ali Reza
Come back
is
to
on
plus.
the 7th, and okay, VE is dropping many points, 12 points. And that's it. Vidit is collecting some points in process. He's on 2737, 16th place.
Kamer is in big plus as well, plus
yeah,
11.3
yeah,
so far.
He needs to make a draw here. Then he will drop some points, but not much. Yeah. Rook d1 played. Now king, even rook d2 wins. Yeah. Yeah, he will start approaching the pawn. Okay, do we have something? Okay, to check how is Bogdan doing, Deak? Okay, there will be some pressure around. He's trying to break through. his opponent is defending. Can you please check what's going in women's section? Do we have games still in progress?
Yeah, actually we have 3 draws. We had the 3rd draw in Olga Badelka versus Irina Bolmaga. So Typhoon versus Super Chess is still level, and Laura Onuk is under heavy attack from Marcel Efraimski.
Yeah, we will go there. And which?
Sirmium Sremska Mitrovica won with an amazing 4-0. And
Check the Monte Carlo 3.5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Gambit Bonvois 2-2. They're struggling at this tournament actually. Yulia Osmak won and
Olga Kalinina.
yeah, I'm even no.
Yeah, no.
Olga lost.
Yeah, again, I'm watching your.
It's weird preview. I don't know. I need to change it up somehow. It gets confusing. But there were 2 draws.
Let's check that game. Let's check what's going on in women's section. So we have Laura on the last seconds. We can go with the camera there.
And Mashika Center won with 4-0. Okay, they were playing some weaker opponents, but on the first board we had a matchup between Alexandra Maltsevskaya versus Stavrula Tsolakidu.
And so
Stavrula won, yeah, so she's back.
Okay, here at some stage, this got really complicated, really messy. And it seems that black has misplayed a bit, but it's hard to say.
Maybe we can take a brief look at Stavrula's game?
Yeah.
We usually have some very exciting chess in her games, yeah?
Ina Gaponenko has made a draw against Goryachkina. Nice result from her side. Stavrula has won against Maltsevskaya, and we don't have that game.
No?
Yeah.
Just results.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go back to Laura. Let's see what's going on. Very important point. So what happens? We might have already some kind of standings. Can you please provide it? So before the match, only Typhoon was
They were the sole
on 8
leader.
points. If they lose now,
Super Chess is coming up. They were actually the second with the best second.
okay, they will
first tiebreak.
share the spot, and we have Garuda Aika also would be on.
Yeah.
So they will be sharing first place 3 teams. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Very exciting till the last round, I'm sure.
So Laura is suffering, but still it's not easy. I remember that I managed to draw twice this similar position. I was even in some game two pawns down. So I managed to draw against Luka Lenic, Grandmaster, and also against Grandmaster, I think Logino or something. What was his name? I was 2 pawns down in the opposite card. So what will happen? King e2 will be played. Laura has spotted correctly that there is this trick, and if takes, and oh, come on, it's not easy to win. You need to maneuver. What I mentioned, that without the rooks it's immediate draw. With rooks you are steadily increasing your chance. If you put queens, then you could even lose sometimes, but it's not easy to win at all. So if Laura now plays d1, yes, he just did, it's not easy to win it. Bishop takes and rook b6, and you need to have very good technique to win that one. And as I mentioned, Marcel is more tricky player, more sharp player, I would say middle game player. So now she needs to get into a different role, patient, squeezing, moving around, slower, improvement of the position. It will be a long game. Let's just briefly check has something changed in open section, then we can have a short break because things will stuck for a bit. Hang on. What has happened here? He went to the first rank in Murzin. Let's go with the camera to the first match in open section to Alkaloid. Yes, we can see them on the camera. So he went to B1, which was a bit strange, to cut your king. Okay, he has his reason, of course. He knows that he can be cut. I'm not now ex cathedra saying, but it's a bit strange. So he has his reasons, because now it's getting more and more narrow to draw the game. And Engine says that he's lost because of cutted king.
So basically this means
it will be 3-3.
Turkish Airlines are on the verge of another miracle. Yesterday they won versus Super Chess, and today a draw against Alkaloid. These are some amazing results.
Okay, still
If
for
it
Turkish
happens.
Airlines they will have two tough matches, right?
Yeah, I guess that basically everybody is going to have tough matches till the end of the tournament.
Yeah, but okay, Turkish Airlines has played against Alkaloid, has played against the Super Chess.
The two
so
top
probably
seeds so
some
far,
Novi
yeah?
Bor around, and maybe hoping to get
At least one easier.
one easier, but Novi Bor would be very tough. Actually, this suits Super Chess, this draw, because they're hoping that Turkish Airlines cannot win all the matches, and that Super Chess can win against Alkaloid direct match. So this is their hope. Okay, here we can stay for a few seconds just to check. Basically, we don't need to make a break because it will take some time. We can go full screen just to see camera. Yeah, maybe we can get the board back just to check the move, what's going on as well. But okay, still, sometimes I'm saying, Dragana, this will happen 3-3, and suddenly I have a complete turnaround. Anything in chat? Is chat having fun?
Seems like. Yeah, we just have a lot of fans, a lot of happiness basically for Arjun.
Yeah, now they can root for his team. But it seems that, okay, Murzin needs to finish the game. Okay, let me try to grasp what is the point here. Why this is lost? I need to figure it out, the plan. So if I push, that's a draw. So how am I breaking through? Aha, I got it. Why it wins? It wins easily. I play this. Hang on. I was thinking, no, that doesn't work. No, I need to protect this guy somehow. No, it's not winning easily. I don't see the winning concept. Hang on. What is the winning concept here? So I'm on the move. If I push b5, you just take. if I play something like check, you climb. So what's okay? Let's say that king is here. I don't get it. This type of endgames I cannot recall checking, so I need to figure it out why this is lost. I don't see. Hang on. Okay, maybe I should start rolling my pawns. Maybe this is the idea. That's the idea. Start rolling the pawns. There is no other way. No other way. So I need it. I'm always searching. Is there a chance with some mating net stuff? But it's always with a check. So basically, this is just you're misguided if you think that king should stay cutted. So rook e5 is the move. Let's see if he could find it. At the moment, he's just okay. Rook d4 also good, and c4 coming. Yeah, Murzin is also a good move, and then start rolling my pawn c4 b5. So very young player is bringing.
Remember, I told you he lost to Nikola Nikolovsky, so now he's gonna climb up very fast.
How about our heroes from the first round? How is Francois doing?
Actually, yeah, we haven't been following them. Let's see. Francois, for example.
He won against Pragnananda.
Yes.
Won against.
He is on a roll. Okay, he's plus 13.6 so far, and not counting today's round. I don't know what he did today, but he had 3.5 out of 4.
And performance 2700. He's
Yes.
he's chasing a GM norm.
Yes.
Remember, I asked him, "Are you planning to chase maybe the norm?"
After the first round's win versus Prague, yeah, for sure you're chasing a norm. Yeah, amazing results. And let's see my friend, Nikola Nikolovsky. He had 2 wins in the first round, the second win being versus Murzin. And then he had 2 draws.
Against weaker opponents.
Against weaker opponents, yeah. 2400 performance.
And I got informed there are 2 Narayanans. Can you please check
Actually, yeah, I saw something like this.
FIDE rating list of India, and then we'll see their top players. And you're super fast in providing me an info. I'm so happy to have you, Dragana, because it would take much longer if I would do it.
And yeah, too many results. Okay, Narayanan, maybe we just.
No. Now I was actually praising you, and it always comes. So you have country list.
Yeah, I do. But even with the country list, it says too many results.
But you can put it on top. Just top players on descending.
Descending, okay. Yeah,
but it will be okay.
Okay, we can do it like this, I think.
Hang on. Will you press something or no?
Yeah, descending, but rating
yes,
only. This
now
is
it's
why
okay.
we need it.
But you already press name, okay.
Yeah, to have it quicker.
Yeah, so 2 grandmaster, one 2640, one 2516.
Yeah, and the one is playing here, and the other one was their coach
during
in
Olympiad.
the Olympiad. So yeah.
And one is born Olympiad captain was 1994, and here player is 1998. Okay, useful to know.
Just to correct our mistake from. My mistake from a few days ago.
No, I think I said that he was a captain.
And I confirmed it, so yeah. Okay.
Now it's moment that chat offer us some questions.
Yeah, now is the time that we have some time to answer. And let me briefly check the ladies section.
Yeah, Laura is struggling, but other ones are basically over.
Even Borislava Borisovich is finished. Borisova.
And open section?
Open section. Besides this one, we have Kamer, Antal on last board. Deak still playing.
Being pawn up, but he has misplayed it a bit. We can switch to that game as well. And something else?
Vladimir Lukovic versus Nijat.
Abasso, yeah. That still is in progress. Something else?
And he's 2 pawns up. That would be a huge upset. We have Sugirov versus Mr. Vasilis.
Yeah, some moves around, but this one is the one to follow still.
And Mamedov versus Gorodetsky.
C4 will be played. Yeah, big effort by Volodar. So Narayanan was much better out of the opening, then lost, then completely drawn, and I gave like 5% of chances, and 5 became 100.
Yeah, but okay, it's never easy to play under all that pressure, and yeah, he just needed a draw to secure a win for Alkaloid, but seems like it's not such an easy task.
Yeah, Rook d3 coming. How will you stop it? Some resignation will happen. Rook d3 coming. You cannot stop it. What a day. 3-3.
Upset, yeah. We're on the
Injic
verge
was
of
very
another
happy.
upset. Yes, with the positions when he was here and now.
What do you think? If okay, we have the game, so let's go full screen. So what do you think? If Nihal had won it, Will Murzin.
Would the other results be the same?
Yeah, sometimes it's
knows?
different, yeah. So you cannot count it like, because that responsibility gives an effort.
Yeah, and sometimes you want the team to win and you start making some dubious decisions. Of course, if you're playing for the team as you should, because this is a team competition, so yeah. And
Okay, we have some issue with camera, but I think just one captain was passing by and then he stopped it. Okay, let's move on to another place, but it's pity they are chatting. Pity that we don't have it. So let's check Deak. We have this game. We have it on the. Okay, that's not Deak. So it's another.
It was the previous one.
Previous one, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
And we have it a little bit zoomed in.
Yeah, good.
So you can see better.
Let me find it. So where is the board? It's here. So Abdusattorov has won the game, and Deak is pressing, being pawn up. But hang on, what is the rule? Do you have regulations? Is it direct encounter? Or is it, yeah?
No, Sonnenberg is the second one.
Okay, that means that it's important how heavily you are winning.
Yes.
So that's a tip. That's a tip for our viewers.
And only tiebreak number 3 is game points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's very important for Deak. Is he able to somehow to win this one? But it seems to me that it's just a dead draw. Rook g8. Now he will switch somewhere else to f6 or where. h7, okay. And does he has a plan? Rook d4 played, I guess. We are not getting the moves, okay. Okay, king g6, some subtle maneuvering, but rook comes back to d8 and not much will happen. Deak is aware that it's not possible to win this one. But he will, of course, try to move around.
Not the happiest, of course, with the possible outcome, maybe even the most probable outcome at this moment of this game, but the match is won. Either way. And we have a result on Vladimir Lukovic versus Nijat Abbasov. Maybe we can switch the camera for briefly. Let me see how the game ended. I don't see a result yet. Come on, guys, give us the result. Still waiting.
Which match is that? I cannot find them.
I have the game opened.
I see it. Yeah.
Vladimir Lukovic is a domestic player from Belgrade. It's a draw. Okay, even as a draw, it's a huge upset, and kudos to Vladimir Lukovic.
Okay, what do we have left here? Antal is fighting, but he's dead lost to form down, and we have Deak still playing, moving around, but it's a dead draw. Let's have a camera of Deak's. Go back to Deak's game. He's unhappy, of course, what has happened, but what to do? Let's check how it went. So around here, he was actually winning, totally winning. Rook f3 was blundered by white because you're dropping the queen, and rook c3 was probably mistake, and he ended up in this position which you cannot win. Your pawn up, but not much is happening. So Deak is, he's practically almost ready to draw the game. Let's check Laura's game. So 3 games we are basically we are following Deak, Unuk versus Efroimski. Efroimski is white, but it seems that she's winning. She needs to move around for a while, but white is better. It's very hard when you have like 2700 rating, almost. Deak is 2690. You play one game and 2200 or 2300 you don't win, and it's hard to collect points afterwards, especially if you're playing against top opposition.
Yeah, especially hard to earn them and so easy to lose them.
Exactly. So, Dragana, what's next tomorrow? So now we had so many important persons in studio, so many. Yesterday was a roller coaster match, so many upsets. Today Arjun has crossed it, plus Murzin has won his game. What tomorrow?
I don't know, but I'm very pleased with all of the surprises we are getting. So I hope that we continue with this trend.
You want upsets. We
I
all
do.
want upsets. We want more. We want more.
For the audience, it's the most interesting, right?
Yeah, Laura is fighting, but it seems that she will drop the c-pawn, because after king d5, bishop d4, some bishop f7 will be played, and f6 will deflect the bishop, and then c5 will be a target.
So Novibor has already won, no matter the result.
Gamer made a draw. Yes, as expected. You cannot do much in that position.
But they already have a match point. We have a draw in Alkaloid versus Turkish Airlines, which actually leaves Novibor as the sole leader.
Novibor, yes, all match point collected, and they will play colors. What did they play? What did they do today? So which board they were?
They were black, if I'm not mistaken.
Deak has finished his game.
Yes, they were black twice, so they have to be.
Deak has finished. Sorry for the Deak has finished his game. So let's switch the camera to Laura Unuk's position. Ivan Sokolov has just left the room. So 5-1. So let's stay with the camera, but yeah, get the camera of Laura's game. So sorry for interrupting. So Alkaloid will play against Novibor or not?
Let's see. So Novibor will be the sole leader, so they are the one that need to choose an opponent. And so far they've played with Sentimento Aika and Aqua Profit.
So they were black twice, so they need to be white, and Alkaloid needs to be, which color they were today?
Today I think they were
black.
White.
They were white.
And they were white twice, so they need to be black tomorrow. So it is a possible matchup.
Okay, so yes. So if Alkaloid plays tomorrow with Novibor, we would have white Vidit against Arjun. Then Kamer white against
VI,
yes. Then for Novibor, who is playing for Novibor third board, Navarra is fourth.
I think he was, yeah. Let me just open up. On third board for Alkaloid, we have Yu Yang Ji, and for Novibor, we have Hari Krishna.
Hari Krishna, okay.
Or Navarra, depends who plays.
Okay, let's say Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna with white. That's good for Novibor. It came in with black and hold on second board. So fourth board Navarra with black against
Aravind,
okay, unclear game. Then fifth board Narayanan against
David Anton.
Anton is white. That's useful for Novibor. And sixth Injic Chorivic against Nguyen or Grandelius. Okay, very tough matchup. Very tough. To win that match, you need to really show a lot. And Turkish Airlines will play, for example, against whom? French team and Israeli team. How was that match? Let me try to find.
The French one won with the minimum.
Okay, so French team is coming on 9 points. So they will play, for example, against Turkish Airlines. How about colors? So Turkish Airlines was black today, and Eshek Charter, they were
Turkish Airlines
black and
they were white.
Okay, possible matchup. That would be like Andreikin Ivanchuk. Then we will have Maxodlo Maurizi, right?
Yes.
Fres with black versus Tavatavei. Nihal against Darda against Nihal. And
Murzim Lagarde.
Who is white? White is Murzin. Murzin Lagarde and
Bauer
Borel. Okay, for colors, once again, so Andreikin Ivanchuk, tough game for Ivanchuk. Tough game for Imanchuk. Then Maxodlo, black versus Maurizi. Depends a lot how Maurizi will do against Maxodlo, let's say. Then next is Fres, right? Black with Fressinet, black with Tabatabai. That's good for them, for French team, because Fres can hold Tabatabai. Then Darda white against Nihal. That's also good for French team, because Darda, I think, is playing much better with white. Then Murzin is white against Lagarde. Okay, tough game for Lagarde, but possible to hold. And Bauer is white with Gurel. That would be like a complete mess immediately. Bauer will, it will be very fantastic, fabulous tactician. So, okay, Turkish Airlines looks better.
If we got the pairings right.
Yeah,
but
let's say Turkish Airlines looks better, but it will be tough. But let's say maybe this is a little bit easier match than
the first matchup. Yeah.
But tricky, because it looks like they are favorite, good ones, but I'm not sure that it will be. It will be much tougher than expected. Here, Laura is just losing, I guess, but White needs to find the right way. Hang on. Okay, Rook h7 was probably just collecting the h-pawn, but she didn't want to do it, so she just played Rook d6. The point is, I don't know. Okay, they're playing on last seconds. So 40 seconds, both players, Rook d6 played.
And chance for a trick.
Okay, the problem for black is there is no trick. Just you need to pray that your opponent wouldn't find a winning concept. That's basically it. There is no trick. And in open section, so Deak is finished, and I think that Nguyen is just finishing his game. Yeah, he's dead lost. I think Kantal can just resign it. So we can switch with the camera to that board, to that game, last game, yeah, while staying with the board here in women's section. Some resignation will happen.
And speaking about Laura, she's actually a great ambassador of chess in her home country, Slovenia, where she's also an ambassador for Ford, if I'm not mistaken, driving some Ford Puma, if
Yes, you're correct.
Information with some chess pieces on the car, which is very cool to see. Even though I think she changed her car this year, maybe even got a new one. But don't take my word for it. And also she was on the cover of Cosmopolitan magazine. So chess is becoming quite popular.
Yeah, you sound like a journalist.
Okay, well, she was the world youth champion at some point. Can't quite remember which category. I can check, of course, but since then...
I think under 14. She was world under 14 champion.
Yeah, especially in the last few years, chess has been seeing some boom in Slovenia.
Yeah, Laura is like very nice role model for chess in Slovenia. I think that she has a lot of followers. People know her, grandmaster woman, and yeah,
it's
very
quite a bit for some time now. I think she's more into playing than streaming, but
she also was studying or still
some biochemistry or something like that. Some tough faculty.
Exactly.
Actually.
Well, yeah. I don't know much about Marcel, but I know about her style, how she plays.
Which could be even more important, at the moment. Okay,
the tough thing for for Laura is that the white can just move around and gain some time. Even white doesn't need to.
No rush.
Need to immediately decide. The hall is getting empty. Practically, we have only 2 games left, open and women's section.
Sugirov's game is finished.
He won. It was completely drawish.
Mr. Vasilis,
It was drawish at some stage. Let me check that one. So today, okay, it was around here, not drawish, but it looked, no, it was tough, but it looked that white will save himself. Rook c5 was possible, and then come with the king, but this is scary decision that you take and you allow your opponent to penetrate. But these days, Angels, they don't care, they just defend this position, and you need to be so tactical monster to realize that you can promote at the same time.
Yeah, so many moves.
Yeah, so he played rook a7, and then he managed to trick him with this way, rook c5, threatening to come to h5, and then when you come to f4, rook h5 and rook e4. Very nice touch. So white does rook a8, rook h8, rook h5, anyway, maybe. Yeah. So win for Sugirov, and here Efrimsky is, she got some time, 1 minute on the clock, and now c5 is falling. We can get the camera there as well, because now it seems that she's not stopping f6, that Marcel is just finishing. h4 is falling, king comes to g5 after check, and that's basically it.
Would have said long day in the office, but then I remember that Vidit yesterday played this queen endgame, and it was even a longer day. But I guess now he's celebrating his birthday somewhere.
Yeah, he congratulated himself.
With a nice win today, on time, so that he can relax.
I think we can go full screen cameras and switch one by one, because we have resignation in both games probably. So let's go full screen first. This one, open section, sort of last moments, and let's go to women's section. It seems that Laura is aware that the game is lost. Borki Predovic, who was our guest, your guest, Dragana,
beautiful
is
one.
sitting.
By the way, I see a question. Who came up with the name Alkaloid for a chess club? Alkaloid is basically a pharmaceutical company based in Skopje. So basically, they're the main sponsor of the chess club, and this is why they have this name. Just wanting to answer this one.
And that club, I would say, is one of the longest one in European Club Cup, let's say, from like topest. I know that Sokar was playing for Azerbaijan, but there are not many clubs left who, for example, have played Club Cup 15 years ago. So Alkaloid was already at that time, 20 years ago, Alkaloid was present as a strong club, and so many top players have played for them. Mamedjarov, I don't know, Andreikin, and so on.
Ding was even playing, I think, 1 year for
so
Alkaloid
it's quite known chess club in European chess circles.
And every single year they strive to have the best single lineup, try to gather the best of the best. So they're always heading for gold. No chances to be missed.
Laura is just making some moves before resignation. Now it's checkmate at some point. h7, h8. I will show you the board. Let's go back. Let's get back the board, so you will see what's going on as well as the camera. So here, the point is if you wait, h7, you wait, and now I can even do this.
Would be nice, yeah.
Yeah, maybe not fair towards my opponent, but. Yeah.
But if you let it that far, then...
Yeah, so let's go back full screen because we will have resignation.
We had a one sore loser who wouldn't like to resign any single game. And most of the game when he's lost, he would just, you know, wait for the hour on the clock that he has. Okay, so we have a resignation. So that he tortures you the most.
Yeah, okay, in tennis you have some players, for example, match point, the result is 6-2, 5-1 and 14 null, and then they just abandon the match or, resign. So, Marcel has brought an important victory. Last year, winners Super Chess got some chance to fight back.
Yes, a very important victory. The only decisive result in the match. All the other games were drawn. So
they catch the leaders, Typhoon, and now we have 3 teams with 8 match points. Typhoon, Super Chess, and restart.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's switch to man or open section. Do we have the game in progress? Yes. Let's check the board as well. So Nguyen is still playing for Novibor against Gergely-Antal, but for a long it's like totally one position, +4. Last year there was a famous turnaround. So Nguyen was completely winning against Pranav. Magnus was staying behind his back, above him, calculating, and then Pranav, who is Indian player, at that time he was like 25-70, I think. He just made a sort of bluff, but it was active. Surprising move. Nguyen was completely winning, but it was towards the king, and suddenly he got completely shocked, nervous, and misplayed it. Magnus was standing behind him, calculating, probably finding like 10 holes. He can do it so fast. And then Nguyen misplayed it and went to a perpetual. And because of that, they became winners. One of the reasons.
Yeah, some important information. So yeah, guys, this was round number 5. We have 2 more rounds only left. Tomorrow we are back at 3 p.m. the same place, same time. But the next day, just a reminder that we will start 1 hour earlier. So the last round is not a morning round as it usually can happen, but just 1 hour adjustment so that we have the closing ceremony on some normal time, I guess.
Yeah, I actually wrongly said that here we will have a resignation because, okay, there is a knight, black is waiting, you still need to make some moves. It's obvious that white is winning, 2 pawns up, but yeah, still needs to make some move. Someone is writing that he wants to see Ivanchuk versus Arjun, but probably won't happen. And it will be, Arjun will be black, so it will be like Vidit versus Arjun.
Okay, maybe not today, but...
Yeah.
I mean, today, of course not, but... tomorrow or the next day.
Last moments. Nice.
Both of them under 1 minute.
Yeah. It's typical. Antal is very polite, very nice guy. I played against him 2 times, once, I don't know. And actually, sometimes you're playing against some players who are like having this desperate facial expression. They're basically waiting for you to sweep them off the board. Yeah, but moves are coming. So experienced players would always be a bit careful. Knight e6. Now they are blitzing. King will go to e3, I think. Well, maybe even g3. Both are good. g3, a little bit safer.
So basically, do you push the h-pawn, try to make a passer, or?
No, I think the point is that you start jumping and you start first improve the position of your knight, and then you start rolling pawns. In the meantime, offering rook's endgame, which is lost, and so on.
Trying to complicate things, yeah?
Yeah, no, just to exchange. You want to exchange the knights, and then it's over. But the problem is when your opponent cannot exchange pieces, then he needs to run away, and then suddenly your piece is leaving some space for your pieces. Knight d3, and now the things are happening as I've said. Some knight will maybe come to e5, f4, g5 will be played. Knight f4 probably, if is the next move. Desperate position. Yeah, black will still play a move. As Inch said, I don't resign till the last moment.
Yep.
Knight goes to f4. Knight e5. Yeah. Rook will now be played, I don't know, rook b6, rook b4. Now it's the moment to start getting some space for the rook.
And I was just checking the information, and it seems that I was right. That Nguyen actually won the golden medal on the last Olympiad in Budapest on board number 2.
Bro, fantastic performance. I see almost 2800. Can you check against whom he played?
Yeah.
Of like stronger players?
Yeah, of course. Just give me a sec.
2780 performing.
Yeah, so Andersen,
Okay.
Wojtaszek.
Wojtaszek draw, Andersen win. Okay, IMs, some IMs.
Okay, 3 GMs
So he
as
was
well.
his repertoire is sharp enough, so he was very efficient. That's the point, basically. Now rook b5 will be played with the point to push g5, then king g4, f4, rook b6, target this one.
basically he had 9 out of 10 at the Olympiad on board number 2. So
Great result.
yeah, with 2 draws, no loss. Hence the superior performance.
Okay, this also was a good way. Rook f7 and rook e7. Yeah, that's very good. Basically, he's just dominating. Rook f7, rook e7, and then g5, and f4, and so on, and so on. So what's the clock what's the time in Chennai for a moment? Arjun, or let's say New Delhi. I'm not sure where is Arjun from. They're 3.5 hours ahead, right?
Oh, it's basically midnight.
Yeah. So some people won't know it till the morning. Yeah, some of them left to sleep, maybe
Yeah, could be.
hours ago, 2 hours ago, and they will wake up with a new 28 guy.
Amazing feeling, yeah? This is why actually yesterday we had some happy birthdays on the chat for Vidit.
Yeah, I know about the clock because my friend is former Indian ambassador in Croatia. Now he was also, I think, secretary or something in Tokyo, and now he came back to India. He's dean of one college. I think it's like external affairs or something like this in New Delhi, and he's a vivid chess fan, and also he's friend of Anand. So he's always sending me messages connected to Indian chess, and then.
So you're getting the latest updates?
Yeah, he played in my VIP celebrities chess tournament in Croatia, and there are a few ambassadors who play, but he left a few months ago. That's a pity, but what to do? Greetings to Raj Kumar Svirastava.
So we're expecting some king g4, f4, I guess?
Yeah, maybe even transferring the knight.
Maybe a g4 first, yeah?
Yeah, knight will, I think, come to g4 and f6, yeah. Yeah, desperate for his position for Antal, and you just play, but you are lost. Lost for hours, not that you are lost. You're lost for hours, that feeling when you just need to make, and I think that your efficiency, your motivation, you're making like moves of 60% of quality because you don't motivate yourself to
you just
play
want
better.
The game to
yeah,
be
yeah,
over,
just you're making moves.
By inertia.
Yeah. Playing call is empty. Arbiters are waiting to go for a dinner. Typical stuff.
Hungry.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know that feeling, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know it too as well. Here in the office, we are not leaving till almost all of the games or all of the games are over, so.
Yeah, now he has so many ways to win because he can offer later even. He will completely paralyze knight f6 and he can just move around. So how do you spend your time here? except working in the studio.
I'm actually working in the mornings as well, so, and if I don't finish something, working in the evenings too. So not quite of the free time.
I will stop not asking any longer because I feel that you're exhausted.
No, we're good. We're good. We're looking at chess. We're watching and following something we love. So this basically does not feel like a job.
Yeah, I agree. Top players around, many fellows.
We have so many interesting guests in the studio. I'm always sitting behind, watching and listening, following. So yeah, I believe that our audience has some fun too.
I see Czech or Czechia, how now they call it. I see Peter Pisk and also director of, I think, Prague Festival. I'm also friend with Czechia ambassador in Croatia.
You got some award recently from
Yeah.
right?
From ministry. Now I have a country to root for, another country. I got award for diplomacy, for building some bridges from Czech Republic, from Ministry of External Affairs. First one, I got it in my life. Okay, when you are awarded by different countries, it feels even more special. You've been recognized, so I'm quite happy.
Yeah,
so I'm
huge
also
recognition.
Yeah, I'm also.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Dragan. I'm also supporting now a little bit and following a little bit more Czech teams.
So this is the way to do it. Some diplomacy award, and then we are following all of the players. No, jokes around and jokes behind. It's.
I'm not sure that this knight h6 was the right way. I'm just now thinking about the position why we were talking because he wants to deliver a checkmate, but there is no checkmate maybe. So it's a moment to go back. Knight is better on f6 than on h6. One minute. He should have won it before. Now it will be tough. And he might miss a dinner as well, as we will.
Yeah. Yesterday, yeah.
Unfortunately, no dinner for us, Dragana. And for our team.
We haven't earned it.
I don't know. I was hoping to catch it, maybe. But now this will also take some time. Check. King goes.
Check on g8, probably.
Yeah, I think it's moment to reroute. Reroute the knight back. There is no checkmate. Come back. Yeah, or maybe f4, f5. Now, so he already, let's say, won the game, but now he also once again made his life a little bit harder. Rook a4 will be played, I guess.
Yeah, okay, it looks easy from the studio, but on the board...
Last moments, but maybe not last moment. Knight d4 played. Rook b7 will be played. Check. Against to cut the king, yes. And now king h8. And how do you win? Yes, king h8. He was trying to build up a mating net, but actually he's coming back.
Yeah, okay, this is for sure the last
Yeah.
game live that we have. Nothing else to follow.
He's very tired actually, and somehow he started panicking. Not panicking, but it's the thing that he's just playing moves, but without a plan. Clock is ticking, 40 seconds. When you have, easily it can
Go wrong.
Yeah. White is completely winning, of course, but now black suddenly is bringing some effort, because I don't know, knight a2 will be played. This became tricky, because if you go knight a2, if you go king g4, I give you check. Maybe, no, there is no chance. Or maybe, I was thinking maybe this move, rook e4, rook a4, f4, rook a3, but basically this is not a checkmate anyway. So I'm not actually doing anything special. But now Antal is, switching his 100%.
Trying, starting
Mode.
to wake up, yeah?
Because, okay, there is a slight chance, maybe that he makes a mistake.
Yeah, when you're not playing the most precise moves, suddenly the opponent starts feeling.
What did he play? Rook a2, rook f8 check, king will go up. Now he will again repeat the moves once, okay, and play f4 or h5. h5, maybe this is the idea. Maybe that's just wins.
H5 with a breakthrough?
Yeah, if you take this is like game over. So you need to give check and I climb. H4. You give check, I can play knight g4, but maybe I can go, if I go king g4 as well, you give check, I play f4, you take, I don't know, play king f5, I cannot play. I thought that I could play king f5, king g6, but this one is hanging. Okay, this is not so easy.
Okay, h5 possible? Yep. h5 played.
Yeah, this is the best move now.
Only 1 minute to make a decision. Do you take? Do you play some rook a3? But of course rook a3 just loses on the spot because the pawn on g6 is hanging and
50 seconds.
either you protect it or you take on h5.
Six hours of chess.
Yeah, uninterrupted with one small break. If
you were thinking
counting
about yourself. I was thinking about players. But okay, those two players, how they are motivated in the
I was
end.
thinking about the viewers. That they had only one small break if we're not counting the ones for switching scenarios and having guests inside of the studio.
Okay, fair enough. King rook f8. Okay, he's repeating the moves. Okay, this is the last trick, this king h8, and now f4 is maybe, f4 wins, I would say. It just wins, but king h4 is also good, but f4, king g4, everything wins. Last moments, king h4 or king g4. He's thinking, but he's confident, I think, now.
That this will be over soon, yeah?
King g4 or king h4 or f4.
And to think that we would have had the resignation like 20 minutes ago. But of course, when you're playing, you want to try to the last moment. Nobody knows what can happen. You are respecting your opponent, but you still want him to show till the very end that this is it and this is the way I win.
What was played? Nothing yet. Or we have a move. King h8. f4, yeah. f4 played. Okay, now I really don't see any motive. Okay, he will play for a second, but it's a stalemate if we move off knight and the rook. Sometimes you think about sacrifice. Now he's thinking.
Still have a pawn.
Yeah. Oh, allowing g6? Really? What happens after g6? Nothing.
Nothing spectacular.
Yeah, this dream of king of check and then knight f5 and then no, it's also not a stalemate. There is no chance for stalemate, so I don't know. Let's go full screen. I think now he will resign, I guess. g6 played, and I think now it's moment of resignation.
Moment for catching the dinner.
You think?
For the players.
Uh-huh.
And Gwen actually played only 2 games so far. He had a win in the first round against 2200, 2250. And then he had a draw versus a FIDE master in IM ELO, 2400.
Checkmate, allowed. Win for Nguyen. Tough day in office.
6 hours, but worth it.
Yeah.
Heavy win for Novi Bor.
Exchanging some words. Maybe. Maybe not.
And Novi Bor scores 4.5 to 1.5.
This is always funny, yeah, during those finishing the game and shaking hands, and then who starts the conversation. Sometimes you should wait for loser, not saying anything before, or you should be the one, I don't know, you can be as a winner, There was famous Nepo against Caruana last round candidates. Sorry when he said. And then
The moment
Fabiano
we all
said,
remembered.
my bad, and that was it. Okay, so that was it for today. 6 hours of chess. Arjun crossing 2800. Some more stuff tomorrow.
Yes, stay with us tomorrow, same time, same place, 3 p.m. Central European time. So come back here to see the penultimate round of the European Club Cup.